Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for March 16th, 2025. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Cork, and along with each and every one of the participants. As I said earlier, this is a roundtable discussion. Everyone has a microphone. You're encouraged to interact and share what you think you understand. And of course, I always start by, I understand very little of the technology. Maybe this allows us to understand more. But he said it wasn't, the teaching is important, but it's in a way more important to understand the ethos of the Keshe Foundation. And we saw that on the side of the coin, didn't we? We are here to serve and not be served. And as he said, the universe becomes the oyster for those souls who serve. So there's a lot to, yes? Did somebody want to say something? I hear a mic open. I see two mics open. Somebody want to say something? Okay, thank you. I think they've been closed one way or another. So yes, the ethos is more important. Anyone want to say anything about the ethos of the Keshe Foundation? We know we haven't fully understood the teachings. As he said, it's never really been thoroughly explained to us, although at other points he said we've explained everything to the knowledge seekers, but we haven't really understood. But the ethos we understood about trying to live a life without harming. He stressed this in this workshop, giving instead of taking. So we're trying to do a straightforward reversal almost, although at one point he did say taking is even more important than giving. But in this particular workshop, he was stressing the importance of being able to interact and exchange information and exchange energies through our touch in a way. which will lead to the understanding of the work of the soul. As we've always said, we use the matter state in a way to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. So this is very beautiful. And as he said, we can live anywhere in the universe. Before we go into covering a little bit about this workshop and see what people have taken from it, of course, we like to review or recommit in a way, or just, again, it's the World Peace Treaty of the Keshe Foundation, which is in a way part of the whole process. It's not the end all. But apparently this is part of the process to start entering into this universal dimension and perhaps interacting with universal entities as well. So the peace process within ourselves, within the other things, and as he said, we've shared the secret of existence in the universe without killing, and he said we're going to bring that to this planet as well. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? Again, this is between you and your soul. You can share it with others. They can see how you respond differently to different situations in a very peaceful, controlled manner. Anyone would like to read the World Peace Treaty?
I can read it if I can see
thank you.
it.
Can you
I
see
can't
it?
see it, no.
Okay, let me see if I can perhaps increase it. Let's just...
I'm still seeing the initial opening
Okay,
picture.
maybe I didn't. Now, sometimes these things, yes, you're absolutely right. Sorry about that. Let's just see if we can change that at all. Why that's come up, I'm not sure. Let me just see. We can go a little bit smaller. There. Are you able to see this to read it, Erm?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And it's a very good reminder for me each time.
Yes, it sort of gets us in a mood or in a frame of mind, in a frame of peacefulness and calmness. I know it was encouraged we should read this more often, but again, we're just reconfirming our ethos. I think all of us have signed this treaty with a pen, or perhaps you've just signed it with the pen of your soul, as we understand it can be done that way as well. Please.
Yes. World Peace Treaty. I was going to speak for myself now because it has a great meaning for me. I, as a citizen of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. I shall never think about getting involved in or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, I will agree and swear with my family and my house. Okay. And then after signing this treaty, I am proud to display this certificate wherever I consider being important to me or everyone, so everyone can see and know my ethos to fellow man and mankind and other created beauties of Creator. Now I'll read it again for everybody else. World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our nation, territory, council, religion, or whatever. And we'll sign this. And after signing this treaty, we are proud to display the certificate wherever we consider being important to us, that everyone can see and know our ethos to fellow man and mankind and other created beauties of the Creator.
Well, you were quite emphatic about that. I've met you, and you seem to be quite a peaceful person. Maybe there's things we don't know about you or something. I didn't see you walking around with any tools of war or helmets or anything like that.
Just wait till I get agitated or angry or open my mouth and retaliate.
Okay.
That's what I have to stop doing.
Yeah,
Or
and
do something
again,
different. Not stop, but do something different instead.
right, and it's all of you being able to control yourself in a way, and or control your reactors. I think this is what
Yeah,
he's
well,
leading us
I
into.
wouldn't call it control. I would call it to replace it with something else. Then it doesn't require control.
I see. I see. Sometimes we have to use a little determination too, mixed in. The soul of physicality seems to be this trained killer in a way to keep the physicality going. So,
Maybe yours.
yes, I know. I know. I'm the only one that likes to take other creatures. And that was the basically the theme of the entire workshop was to learning to exist peacefully. And again, this is something that each one of us are going to have to examine. But he has started to give a little bit of the techniques in feeding yourself without killing, which, as I've said many times, when I first heard that, maybe 7 years ago within the foundation, I said, there is no way you can possibly, that I could think of, to feed yourself without eating. Impossibility. But now we understand more. We're understanding the transfer of information and energy. And it's very possible. As a matter of fact, there are products in the Keshe Foundation store that will allow that to happen. But he's also said in this last workshop, you don't need any systems. He didn't say from the Keshe Foundation, but he said you don't need any systems at all. But as he said in the previous workshop, if you're short on the energy for transmutation, we have developed the energy that you need. We've actually developed a system for it. So, yes, you can feed yourself without eating, but if you need a little help and support, there are many products within the Keshe Foundation store. And I can just attest that I've been using the NutriGANS system, and I've reported this in a number of different locations. But as I said, February 7th was 30 days skipping 2 meals, and now we're up to March 16th, and the process has continued. Although one day I did miss 3 meals. For some reason, I went right through it, and then I got a little bit panicked, and the next day I ate breakfast and dinner. I've usually only been having dinner. And so I panicked a little bit because I don't want to lose weight. We were looking at some paint earlier. But so on average, I still maintained skipping 2 meals over this period of time. And again, this is space technology. We still are feeding on something. We're feeding on the fields or this interaction. I'll just show you, if I can, the Nutrisystem I've been using, which it's, no, that's the heat one. And that's the cycle one. Let's just see if we can quickly find it here. And this is the product that I'm talking about that I've been using. I've used it in a little different ways, but it certainly has curbed my appetite in a way. I know, just for example, the fruity one, he says, has the energy of 1,000,000 apples. You don't actually get the apple, you get the energy of the apple, but not 1,000,000. Only if your body needs 1,000,000, which I don't know anybody that would need 1,000,000 apples in one sitting. So if the body takes one or two, that's all it needs. Plus, there's hundreds of other elements, as I understand it, within this fruity structure. The other three would be the herbal one, which is this one. And then there's one for protein, and there's one for vegetables. So you can hold these in your hand. You can put them in the water dispenser, but you don't need any of these systems. You can do it on your own. But again, if you're having trouble going through or breaking that emotional connection, the systems certainly help. Again, it's a big step for me, a small step overall, but I'm realizing that you can feed yourself without killing. And this is just an aspect of the technology. Again, it has to do with agriculture, energy, wellness, and space travel. Well, as he said, when we go into space, you can't take all the food you need, you can't take all the medicine you need, and you can't take all the doctors you need. So again, we're learning how to be that last man standing and provide what we need by interaction with ourselves or interaction with other entities. And this seems to be working perfectly for me. Although I'm going to keep it at this level, skipping the 2 meals, let my system adjust, or perhaps there'll be another step that we'll take. But again, I'm just going to allow it to settle in a way. And again, this didn't happen by just ordering these. For the past 6 or 8 months before that, I was doing intermittent fasting, practicing in a way till 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, not eating. Some days I was successful, some days I wasn't. But the idea of we can dine the way the Creator dines, and that's dining without killing anything, absorbing fields before they've taken on the love of creation or before they've created a soul. So you're taking very pure, all natural fields from the universe, as I understand.
And Mark, I have a question for you.
Please.
I've been doing pretty well with mostly 1 or 1.5 meals, or let's say 3/3 of meals.
Perfect. That's how it all
But
starts.
but I think my coffee reduces my appetite. So I invite anybody who's trying this to skip their coffee and see if they can still do it. That'd be
Right.
interesting.
I'm still using coffee. I'm still drinking probably 3 cups during the day or from the morning till the night. And I have some honey in there. And as Mr. Keshe said, you could basically live on coffee. Apparently, there's many, many things within the coffee bean, these different oils. People can basically survive on coffee. And I'm not trying to. I think I've lost maybe 4 to 5 kilos, perhaps a little in that range. I'm not exactly sure, but definitely the pants feel a little baggier. I definitely know I've lost weight. I've checked on the scale a few times, but I want to maintain a certain weight, and I think that can be done as well. Anyone else want to say something about feeding, perhaps? And this is what this whole workshop was about, to move away. And when we look at all the adulteration of our food, from the pesticides to the preservatives to the colors and the rest, as Mr. Keshe said, most of the trouble we get into is what we put in our mouths. And of course, understanding that this entire digestion system from the stomach to the liver and the intestines was all created to sort of clean up these little bits that we chew and bring into our structure. So that's one thing in the Keshe Foundation store, and I've had a modicum of success, if we could call it that. Mr. Keshe is looking for many, many individuals to join the Keshe Foundation and to rapidly expand the knowledge. Perhaps it's time we should follow the play of the playmaker, which is Mr. Keshe, and we know how these the direction of the foundation is the same, but the little turns and twists in between can change from period to period. But overall, the thrust is for the world peace and bringing a balance to this planet so that we can interact and understand our full dimension of being made in the image of the Creator. So I thought we'd hear Mr. Keshe again asking for people to join and be part of the Keshe Foundation, whatever their particular specialty can be. And I think he's gone through this in the last 3 workshops or so at different points where he said we're looking for people to interact. And again, as he said in the past, we don't really go out and solicit people. The souls will bring them to us. And this is the process that's going on, I think, now. But let's hear from Mr. Keshe on the announcements in this past workshop, and then we'll go right into the teaching. I'd like to play the entire teaching because it's really between you and your soul. Mr. Keshe is, again, offering you some ways to get your own energy dimension, physicality dimension interacting. Why am I hearing something in my headphone? Is something playing in the... Oh, I see. We have two mics open. Okay. Close them, please. Thank you.
All right, we are back again at the 581st Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And usually Mr. Keshe has something to say before we begin the Q&A part. And I'm sure today is no different. Seems every week there's new information and new knowledge coming through. So, Mr. Keshe, what do you have for us today before we engage into questions?
It's like a Pandora box, isn't it? My great-grandmother, when we saw her, she was in her 90s, always had a scarf around her head. And there was just a nut at the end of this. And whenever we asked, can we have this, she opened the nut and it was in there. We used to call it a magic scarf. And now it's like that. See what comes out from the scarf. As we said to you last week, many of you have responded. We are looking for your expertise. We look if your expertise fits into what we are looking for now, or we are making the archive of what we might come back to you later on. We're looking for experts in space technology, people who have been in the space technology, people in what we call industrial side of setting up factories, managing factories, making blueprints. We are looking for people who understand and are maybe what I call familiar in social media, managing social media, bringing the what we call knowledge to public in a very rapid way using the present social media. If you know how to operate, how to manage, and you want to work with us, we are looking for sort of a team. People who can make a team. They know how to go around and generate large number of views and everything else. We are looking for people who understand how to connect the social media and AI together in bringing up a rapid expansion and what we call technology transfer knowledge. Keshe Foundation is looking for those who know how to run international management. Different cultures, different races, but understand. We are looking for people who have or understand, deep understanding of the world of medicine. Doctors who understand the process of creation, research laboratories, what we call researchers. Past week I spent my time looking for scientists who can transfer into computer science, digital, into work of the plasma. If you're on that caliber, we would like to know you. Can transfer the energy, the knowledge into what we call a computer analysis data that we can run systems with. It's not anymore switching on, switching off. It's understanding what's the effect of that switching off on the condition of energy transfer because it bypasses the mechanical. Creating new microchips which have emotion. If you are in the microchip industry, we would like to hear from you. One of our targets at the moment, the biggest target, is those who are working with social media, understand social media, and how to operate right across the 5 or 6 platforms which are available. If you have the knowledge to do, info@keshe.foundation. Every single entry is read. We've seen $1 million seekers coming up. I can do this, I can do that. By experience, we are not getting involved. We put you in the position with people who are involved in it. We are the Lousy is managing people with companies and factories. So we're looking for experts to work within the team of experts or set up expert team to do devise. Now, dissemination of the knowledge in a rapid way, 2025 is our target. You understand AI, you understand social media, how to bring them together, it works 1,000 times faster. Making short videos with the full information in small sections, that's what we're looking for. If you are understand it, we see this in the young ages between 14, 15 and 2025, because past that age, these things have come up very rapidly. Even the past few months, there's been an evolution in this science. What we're looking for is to dissipate the knowledge across this planet that everybody get access to, but at the same time brings the whole technology together, that it becomes a new structure or social structure. It's not just teaching the knowledge. It's more important to understand the ethos of the knowledge. When I speak to old knowledge seekers, they say the first thing brought us back to understand technology was the first videos you put on the internet years ago, standing next to a fireplace. It was simple, it was direct, and it was effective. And we are looking for the same thing, to explain the knowledge in a short way, directly through and bypassing all the restrictions. Social media is the biggest tool. And now we are looking for you. If you know how to just put on the email you send us social media. I spent a lot of time with one of the most leading organizations in this matter last week in London. And they have no clue what we are looking for, because they become too entangled with the old system which was successful, and now it doesn't work. But they think they're the leading edge. You have to be able to understand. If you're youngsters, you want to try it, work with us. Understand Keshe Foundation is going to a transition 2025, that this knowledge become reachable by every man on this planet. And is owned by every nation on this planet. Black, white, African, Chinese, English, American, there's no borders. We try to explain this in a way that it brings cohesion between all parts of the Keshe Foundation, being on the teaching, on the industrial side, on the commercial side, and everything else, that it feeds back to support the humanity and bring the change about. If you have any of these talents, or a talent we don't know it can be used, let us know. We're always there ready to learn. Are there any questions?
Okay, so memorize that info at keshe.foundation. I know Mosfek wanted to add something to our meeting. We appreciate you being here, Mosfek. I know you have to conduct another meeting shortly, so I thought perhaps you'd like to take the floor for a few minutes and just share something about feeding and eating and killing and humbleness, perhaps, and some of the other ethos of the Keshe Foundation. If not, we can go right into the teaching.
Okay, I'll talk a little bit about it. You know, during the teaching, Mr. Keshe kind of talked a lot about how the amino acid is the connection between the GANs and us. And so we can think of amino acid as intermediary state or intermediary between two plasmas. It's so if you think about it this way, so emotion is in a way amino acid in the invisible form. And once we pay attention to these emotions, and then we can use this intermediary state or transition fields to go from one to the other, both ways. So with that understanding, you can conduct a large number of experiments, both in physicality and in with yourself or within yourself. So within yourself is the easiest one because you don't need anybody. But nevertheless, we will talk a little bit about how you can do it with like just emotion and another entity. The story that I have been telling, and that's about this was one of my earlier experiments, 2 years plus somewhere there. And so, I wanted to eat some dates. And the fruit.
Said dates, DATES?
Yes, fruit.
Okay,
yeah,
fruit, okay.
So, so I said, I wasn't particularly, I just wanted to eat some, and, there was some available. So I went in front of the date and I said, do I need to? I don't really need it badly, but let's see. Let's try whether I can exchange energy with it. Because, so I have some energies which are extraneous, as we all do. And I said, well, maybe some of it is useful, and then the dates obviously have some energies that it may want to share. I said, well, I'm interested to have some of your energy, and you can have the energies I have that I don't use. And I said, I would like to feel it. And it was immediate. I was a bit startled how quick it was. And then I said, okay, then I had the whole desire to have dates evaporated. And I said, okay, good, and I'm done. It didn't take long at all. So that was the experiment.
Do we have to find dates that are generous, or don't pick the stingy dates, or how does that work?
Well, it's not whether the generosity is everywhere. The thing is that we have been told of this, scarcity mentality. So if we approach things with generosity from the other end in ourselves, we don't have this scarcity mentality. This has been the curse on this planet in a way. As soon as we switch this point of view that, like sometimes we do tests. Okay, you have a question, go ahead.
No, I was just saying he seems to say you need to set up the link by giving first, that whatever the date would need to live can be taken from you, and in exchange, in its generosity, it may give you something.
Yes, the thing is that the generosity, you give, it's not like when you are giving, you say that I've given you this. I have this available. Would you want to have some? You don't know their demand, their need.
Right. Just open up your energies that they can take what they need in a way.
Exactly. Yes. So it is, we go at it with humility and generosity all at the same time. So this is the interesting part. So we have to have these two combinations. And then, then as Mr. Keshe says, the universe is your oyster. And so after that, things become very easy. I mean, you can do it with even with people, and then talk to somebody and say, well, let's do this experiment. Let's see, do you feel anything? If somebody is open to these kind of things. And the some of the I mean, the people some of the friends who are trying to do these things, they don't eat anything, for a while, but in the end you feel hungry. But they said, well, after like this month, this long, I feel hungry. But that position doesn't need to even arise if you come with the point of view that you can always have access to it from 100 million different sources. And then you relax into it, and then the energy transfer happens. So this is it. It really, there's not much to it. And so tomorrow is but thing is that most other people around us don't understand this. So it's sometimes it takes a bit of effort on my part. For example, I won't eat anything for like tomorrow. So, but people around me are upset because for example, my mom, I stay with my mom at this time, and she wants to
Yes.
feed me some things. And so, but it's, so but you slowly kind of tell them that, well, there's this possibility. Consciously they sometimes understand, but there is more than consciousness operating. Years of programming and brainwashing, all that comes with it, is there. So we have to be gentle with it in many different ways.
He's
Both the
always
old way,
said, step by step, slowly,
yeah.
we're progressing into this, but it seems like you've gotten a bit of a head start on the rest of us in a way. I know some
Yeah,
others in the Keshe Foundation have as well. He mentioned those in China drinking the Gans water for 6 months, and then he said you need to eat. So will we stop it completely?
Question.
well, for a while we will be going through this transition state, in my opinion. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay.
Somebody's
Thank you.
Yeah, Mosvik, maybe your mother wants to have an opportunity to be generous to you.
Well, it's a different kind of a relationship here, as you know.
Yeah, just
The
a
mother
thought.
wants to feed you. They're accustomed to feeding you from the time of the birth or even before birth. And
Yeah, that seems to be, that could be unsettling with the family. No question about it. And I know you've expressed that before, that they're more uncomfortable than you are without eating for some reason.
Yes, it's not for this is it's really all very clear. There is that emotional component that they have, is that uh, it's their need, that they don't understand that it's their need, but but it's there. We have to recognize these things when we go out with friends and things like that, to do something. Food is a very integral part of our existence here. So so
Definitely.
we
Yes.
it will take a bit to get us completely away from it, but we can start talking about it for sure.
Right. I
Yeah.
think it'll come to the point in the future, as he said, that people would frown on people that eat, but this is probably decades away, but I don't know that for sure. But it's almost like it'll be something offensive, like releasing flatulence in a closed room or something. It'll be quite offensive to the other ones. So that whole table may turn, Mosvek, to where the majority are eating to the minority are not, the majority are not eating in the future.
Yes, and I mean, it's not that we wish for the future. It's kind of like we create the future with our intention and our work. And this is the part that's interesting, because we have to be very open to it. We just don't do it secretly, like Keshe Foundation special knowledge, all that, in code special knowledge. No, it's like it's very natural. And then we demonstrate the knowledge by doing it. And and that's the important part.
Thank you, Mosfeq. Anyone else want to ask a question?
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
Yes?
Sorry. I'm sorry. Hello.
yes.
An next little words about that. The food. Um, when they participate in maybe more than the 1 year ago, to the it's food to the creator. I don't remember the correct name. But the monthly session is April or March, maybe 23rd, I think.
28th?
23rd or 22. No, it's 23rd, yes.
It's the 28th. I believe it's the 28th to coincide with the Iranian New Year.
No. It's part of the monthly sessions.
Okay.
When participate, I don't know what is the correct name, but it's that maybe for 1 week, for 2 days, not eating more. I don't need. After that, I eating maybe one other day or two other day, and for that during all the time is like this. Is 2 times a day around it, eating, but little eating. In my past, more than around the 4 years or 5 years ago, I stopped eating only vegetarian because I understand Mr. Kless explained us about the you consume, for example, more legumes. Of course, you take or more seeds. Sorry, I for the apologize because my English doesn't perfect. I stopped eating only vegetarian, and I prefer consume animals. And many times you said eggs and cheese. The little time, one of the month, for example, use bread because I don't like it because it need many quantity. How much grains from the unit for use it is don't like to me. Actually, continue food 2 times a day, little. Coffee, yes, but all the time when I start in 2020, when Mr. Kless explained about the COP1, all the time use in my home plasma water from COP1 for the food, in distribute around my home too, the different ganses. But for mostly the time for because I need a food and and that, but not in that moment, not consciously, but about the what happened with the guns around the your home. But now I understand more about that, and really help all people in the house when for more harmony and all things. But they continue eating little. Um, Around 18, the doctor said to me, I have, what is the name? Diabetics. But I don't believe in that. Only change little my eat, but continue when they start know the plasma technology. I don't use it pills for the diabetics. Of course, the doctor give me, and I give it for more people because never use it. But 1 year ago, I changed the insurance, go to the new doctor. She said my labs, and she not give me nothing and not told to me, do you have diabetics? Only near. I said, okay, because you give me the pills, the doctor gave me the pills, I never use it. I don't like it and I don't use it, but take care with my food, of course. And actually, I don't have it. And I think I am healthy. And I remember it, maybe in 2 or 3 years ago, John Wells, John Wells is passed away. You remember it? Said him told us, and during the workshop, he stayed for 2 years, not eat any food during 2 years, and him is healthy. But him said, oh, but my daughter come live with me and start eat again. But 2 years. And it's, wow, I surprised me, which is better because not eating nothing is better.
100%.
Yeah. But I think when they remembered him told us, I say, okay, mostly the time, maybe when you eat is more social or more like when the people drink alcohol, because the family see you, oh, what happened? You not eat? What happened to you? Of course, actually, I lost many pounds. I have mostly the time use size 14, 12 or 14 is depend on the, and now actually 8 or 10 is better for me. Most around 2 years is less, but it's better for me. I am the same energy all the time. I take energy because I think they give you the answer is what happened with the energy daily. You change it, you less energy. It's not better for you. It's not healthy for you. But you the same or more energy, it's better for you.
Thank you.
I remember it all the time when they take a little food. It's not better. My soul all the time is pushing me. What happened you eat? But I say, oh my God. But all the time told with the all food and take a permission for eating and say, okay, with the join with me, both elevate the soul because when that moment when they ask a permission, that that soul give me you permission for it and offer you love, of course. That energy elevate increases your level like in to me, yes. And the other thing,
Beautiful.
remember that when Mr. Keshe give us in 2020, give us COP one, him said, have, and that container have all the all pains need for life, for life. I all the time I remember it. Oh, okay. Cause one have all I needed, of course, use it. All the time use it. Of course, all the time spread all around my home, around the walk outside, because it's better for me, it's better for all.
Perfecto. Very nice. We're all experimenting with this. Again, you're the reactor, you're the laboratory. And
Yeah,
it's for you to discover how to do this in a way. And
yeah,
having GANs around the home, as he said, you have more energy in the home and you're absorbing some of that energy, and that's curbing your appetite or our desire to kill. to sustain
Yeah.
our own energies by taking other entities.
Yeah. And remember that maybe 2 years ago, I'm sorry, 2 weeks ago, Mr. K said the relationship, or like I think is the connection with the GANs or the energy all around you is depend you. For that reason, star formation, you is a four part of the star formation. It's you. You depend what. Because when do you believe, you create.
Absolutely.
But
Yes.
yeah, but I think it's the people need work more in you, and you believe in you. And when you believe in you, you take a more attention, and you thinks all the time. Of course, you attention and you think, you attention you do. It's like into the mitra. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Lisbeth. Anyone else? And again, it's for you to explore this understanding and what this all means about surviving in space and how you can, as he said, if you can master this in a way, you can go to any part of the universe and exist. But it's just, as I said, I could never believe you could feed yourself without eating. But we are feeding, we're just feeding off the fields rather than the love of the creation, as I understand it. So let's go to the workshop if we can. And again, this is between you and your soul and the teaching in a way. He's speaking, we know he's speaking to universal community, but he's also speaking to us through our ear and through the soul. But it's for you to, I can't control anyone else's eating. I mean, this is even when people are trying to lose weight and you have a couple and one is trying and the other is trying to help. But if they want to sneak in eating a pie or a cake when you're not looking or they're out on their own, they can do that. So again, this is not something we're enforcing. This is something for you to work with on your own as I see it. Anyone else? And you are that laboratory, you are that reactor, and you are that magrev, and we all have the capability of doing it. It all depends on how much, perhaps, as he said, we need to respect these other entities that, we don't really see as entities. We see them as the fruit or the orange or the watermelon or something else. And as he said, I thought that was a very nice line about we committed the biggest crime by eating that apple. He said, she fooled you because we know how nice and juicy and we can taste it. But as Mosfek was saying, he's working on the plasmatic field, MAGRAV energy transfer position, which Mr. Keshe said will teach you this in the future time. But start working with your hands and being able to give in order to elevate to take. So this is the way it works. And he said if you become good at it, you'll actually taste the apple. I haven't tasted anything using the Nutra-Gans per se, but when you get better at it, maybe your emotion provides that or there's something else going on that's being developed. Again, as he said, all these systems are teaching you how to do things without you even being aware of it. But as he also said, you don't need any of these systems within the Keshe Foundation. You can do it all on your own. I'm sure once you go into space, you're not going to say, oh, I need the Nutrigants now. No, this is just a training tool, training wheels. And that's what all these systems are about. Elevation of the soul to a higher understanding. And then you'll be welcomed in the universal community. You'll sort of fit right in. As he said, we're bringing you into the universal community as equals. And if there's no war and no killing, you're going to have to take that position. But if you just left the planet with none of this knowledge and you feel you lack energy, you may want to take something that's drifting by you or something else, another entity. But that's not allowed. So we're being educated step by step, slowly, to get into this position. And it's all up to you. Yes? Somebody want to say something? Okay, no problem. Did you want to say something? Your mic came open.
This mic keeps popping open and
I
closed.
believe it. Yes, yes. I was talking to someone the other day. I couldn't unmute my mic. Had to end the call and start it again. So yeah, it's not unusual. No problem. I can mute it for you.
I'm muted here. Oops.
Okay, let's go back to the teaching again between you and your soul and the universe in so many ways, and the creator, teaching you how to, and you're going to be much healthier, I think, as he said. Once we learn to master this, the cancers will disappear. There won't be any cancers. So there's a lot going on, as it's not just the weight loss or feeding from the fields, it's the idea of taking other entities' energies, bottom line, to sustain your own, which is not a practice found in the universe, let's say, on a large scale as it is on the planet. But we're moving in that direction, and the feeding systems are coming to put around the cities, as he said, through apps, through speakers, and through drones. People won't even realize why they're not hungry anymore, but it'll work for everyone. And this process actually changes you internally, I think. It's reminding the soul how it can feed the physicality without killing. It's not the soul that does the killing. I think the soul is a perfect gentleman, but the soul of physicality steps in and says, oh yes, you must eat this, otherwise the physicality won't survive. But this is a whole new enlightenment of understanding, but it's for you to apply it to yourself if you'd like to. And nobody's judging anyone, but I say in the future, this practice will be frowned on. He said these supermarket stores would all be made into sort of plastic grapes and plastic bananas, and people would take tours of them in the future to see how we used to feed. Almost the same way as the churches. They'll still be there, but people will be hesitant to go in a way. It'll just be a reminder of the way we were sort of moved in a direction that we weren't really aware of, away from the creator, so to speak, rather than closer. So let's listen to this between you and your soul, and the understanding of the feeding and taking other entities' energies. It's not healthy, and it's not a practice applied across the universe. Maybe on certain planets, I think this is definitely happening, but in the energy dimension, it's certainly not, as I understand it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 581st Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, March 13th, 2025. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English.
So again, this is about 43 minutes long, which will take us up to the Dome of Peace. Feel free to stop it, ask a question, add your understanding to what's being spoken here, and feel free to share. As we understand, nobody's wrong, but no one is yet 100% right. Even the creator is still learning about the creation.
My name is Rick Crammond, and I'll be host once again in this weekly series of workshops. Once again, we have the honor and presence of Mr. Miran Keshe to deliver today's teaching and workshop, and I believe he is ready to go. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Are you there?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you. As usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers from Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Today, pattern of understanding of the knowledge of creation. As we always said, for each one of us is according to our own intelligence, according to our own understanding, according to what we carry with us as knowledge when we become or come across the new understanding and technology of the plasma. We are doctors, we are scientists, for decades, trained, worked in certain fields, and we come across the plasma technology. The biggest dilemma is, how do I fit into what I've done, what I've educated, what I've been told, what I accepted, and what I confirmed? And how do I merge this into a new thing that I can create a new dimension, a new structure with it? How do I match or collaborate the old and the new into my circle of knowledge, understanding? What are my advice to those who even been here and have managed and kept the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation separate than what they do because they cannot merge it, and they accept it as a new thing? But with what is going on and what is will come up, we have to find a way to merge these, not only in the structure of understanding of that we have a soul inside our physical body and we accept the two dimension, we have to imply and apply this new knowledge in the physical world, in the dimension we live, we share with the others. How do we do this? How do we come across in a way that now we accepted the soul and the existence of the body? One lives in the dimension of energy, one in the dimension of physicality. How do we bring the cycle of life of every day to this position? How we transfer energies, foods in our daily life. It's not with communication with others, it's every aspect of our life. Do I pick up the apple and chew the apple? Or do I hold the apple without destroying its life? I take from it what I need and I transfer the energy of it into my body, and it can take from what I don't need and is useful to the apple to take from me. What do I do with the cat I hold? How do I transfer the energies as a love, as an emotion of caring to it, and I find its affection and love for me, what I take from it? Do I find ways to share the two without interfering with my ethos of not trying to harm, to be part of the space, to be part of the life in the universal community? This is where your dilemmas start as knowledge seekers and people who come into this dimension. Today I open a new door to you as knowledge seekers, which has been the biggest problem to accommodate the both sides. Slowly, in the pattern of life, it becomes part of us. We don't need to destroy any more lives. We don't need to eat that apple. We don't need to kill that lamb. We don't need to destroy another for us to survive. We have to understand the knowledge and become that mother who gives her life, that father who gives her life to save the life of a child. The universe is a child of the man. And we had to come up, understand with that understanding, be it in the level of energy or physicality. We should be the givers of lives and not the takers of lives. And as we do not know, we destroy lives just because we don't understand. We've never been told, we've never been explained. We never had the knowledge. And now, in the short term, long run, we have to understand. We meet a friend, a new entity. Do we take his life? Or do we learn to touch with the energy of the soul? It goes back to the beginning of the teachings, years and years ago, and many times I have repeated. When we live, we take 80% of our energy through atmosphere, through cosmos, through the environment we live. And the other 20%, we chew, we bite, we swallow, we drink. There are no water fountains on the moon and Mars, and there are not ships running around and the cows on the grounds of other planetary systems. We come across, we go to the parallel of the moon or Mars or another place, and we have no grass, we brought with us no steak, and there is no tomatoes. What is on the land is your food. What is accessible to you is your food. And the energies on the moon, due to different gravitational fields which was created in you on Earth, does not get everything it needs to be able to match to survive in the new environment. What do?
Now, it does sound like he's talking about you're there in the dimension of physicality. You didn't take the steak or the tomato. Why would you need a steak or tomato if you're there in the dimension of energy? So is he referring to the physicality being on the planet? I always thought the soul already understood what energies to take. But I'm not sure if he's referring to creating an atmosphere there, as he said, could be done. You still have your physicality. It's close enough to the earth. It doesn't change that much. Anyone?
Mark, I just wanted to mention what I remember Mr. Keshe talking about. We are like the, when we talk about the child, the universe being the child, we are there to look after everything. Our job is to help keep the universe running correctly. So that's why we would see it like a child. We have to look after it, nurture it, all those. When it comes to not wanting to consume an entity, I kind of think that that's part of more of a matter state situation. I mean, every level has a matter state, transition or emotion and soul. So maybe we're somehow interacting on a matter state of one of the levels. I'm not sure about that. But I do remember him saying that we have a job to look after the universe.
The way a mother gives her life for the child, or would give its life for the child.
Yeah, so that everything is going to run correctly. Thanks.
Okay, we go back. Anyone else? Again, this is for you to contemplate and think how you can integrate this into your structure. I think you'll benefit greatly by it, even though the physicality is saying, no, 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 I like to have those brownies or that cake and the rest of it. But again, let's continue.
How do you attain that physical energy to match the planetary system? There is one point which I'm sure most of knowledge seekers never understood, but maybe make it a little bit clearer. What we breathe, what we take from the environment, is what comes to us from cosmos, from life in the universe. What we eat is what converts us to attachments of this planet. This is why when we start taking from this planet, we physically separate from this planet, we die. We call it the starvation. We call it whatever. We cut the supply from the planet so the energy leaves the planet as a soul. That's all it happens. When the energy of the what we call cosmos matches and overtakes the energy of the planet. It's the time when we separate. It's the magnets, we create energy for it, and it goes flying. In the flight system, in the what we call plasmatic condition, we create the gravitational magnetic field of the moon, and the system flies to the moon because it has no matching magnetic field to the Earth, even it has connection to it. This is what happened at point of death. We stop consuming energies of the planet. So the separation comes. Only the energy of the universe, which is part of our soul, left. And then it has a new position, and it finds its position. As long as we consume the energy, we breathe the air of this planet, we are attached to it. Then it comes in a matter state, we kill for it. We destroy that apple, we kill that lamb. We have to learn the point of separation of killing or taking energy in a way of mutual respect, not to take energy to kill, is to understand how to transfer the energy of that apple on the table to you without touching it. That apple, if we do not destroy it, do not eat it, can be there for decades.
So is this why the planet is short of energy in a way, or is it that at the center of the planet that it's short of energy because of the fact that we're doing so much slaughtering and killing of the plants and the animals? And if we didn't, and then the soul gets released, so the energy goes. Is that anything anyone has thought about? That the planet is short because of all the souls we're releasing and their energies that's not here anymore? I just had that thought, and I was wondering if he was alluding to that at all. And if we would reduce the killing, maybe there'd be more energy on this planet. Could that be a possibility? Just a thought I had. I don't know if anyone wants to comment. Because the animal slaughter and the plant harvest is certainly releasing millions and millions of souls, billions of energies. And is this what makes the planet short?
But how do we do this? How do I come across a new knowledge, new way, that I don't destroy the apple, but I make a condition and gradually learn to adapt to do it? One of the first things which we have taught you, and you have learned but do not understand the process of it, is gases. When you produce gases, especially CO2, especially CH3, and you touch it with your hand, and you touch the amino acid of it, you create a common denominator between you and the apple, because it carries the CO2, it carries the CH3, and that amino acid is a combination which it carries too. If you've been with us, in those of you who use the ganses to rub on your body or part of your face, or use it, whatever, and you've been with me, I always tell you, never wash your hand. Wash your hand before you touch the ganses, but once you touch the ganses, don't wash your hand. Because when you take and drink gans water, isotopes or whatever, it goes in your body, but it's going to flow. How do you create a circulation in it? In a way, your hand is your savior. Your hand is part of the structure of understanding the totality of the work in energy level.
Now, is he referring to putting CH3? I mean, I know he said that to create this within your structure first before you touch the GANs, but is he talking about putting CH3 on one hand, the plasma water, and CO2 on the other hand, or is he talking about mixing them on both hands? Anyone? We'll have to see.
What do? You eat an apple, goes in the mouth, and it sits in the inner sanctums of your body. That's all the body has to do. You now put the seed of the energy of what you need to give to the others, which allows, in a way, that apple with the energy now in the energy level of plasma to attract fields from the universe. That's where the 80% come. That seed of that apple is a trap for absorbing energy from the universe. So it has a circulation. Whatever comes in one dimension, in one direction, comes gradually in as the strength of it gets absorbed and gets distributed in the body. You do this with the universal energy. You take 80% of your energy this way. But when it comes to eating that apple, you forget about it because you never understood. Now you put the apple here on the table, you touch it with your hand, you carry the magnetic field of the plasma of the apple with the common denominator of the carbon, which is a part of CO2. CO2 is not just something which comes out of your body. It comes to connect you. What is the latest with me, with the atmosphere, what I need to pull in. But what do the scientists? Oh, carbon is something, CO2 you breathe out. No, the carbon you breathe out, you tell the environment which goes around you, which covers you, what I need from the atmosphere. What is that 80% I need? You play the same game. You touch with your hand. You eat the apple, which goes in you, and now you create a local feeding station. The difference between the energy which is on your hand and what's in your stomach, or what you took to your stomach, allows the circulation to create a local exchange area. So now you have another dilemma. You don't want to eat the apple. If you touch the energy with the gases, we know amino acid of CO2 with a CH3, which is the sugar of life. That's how life started on this planet, with carbon mixture of hydrogen, which connected the universal energy of the creator to the transfer of energy of the universe. That's how life started. Scientists tell us that we carry CH3, the initial sugar. The CH3, one is the line to the creator and one is the line to universal energy. This is why they never understood. This is how chemistry separates from plasma technology. So in a way, with touching this with two hands, with the combination of amino acid, you have created the cycle to absorb the energy into the body without actually eating the plant. If you become good at it, while you're holding the apple, you will taste it, you see the energy transfer. This is part of life which man needs to learn. Then you don't wash your hand. This field, now you have taken the field into the body, because now it's not just the stomach which takes it, and you have two moving things which continuously changes. Your hand is on your head, you touch your face, you touch the other hand somewhere else. You created a star formation of three ways. One is your body, and these two shaking like a leaf, creating dynamic motion of the plasma. In a way, you start learning to transfer energy into your body without eating. In a space, in condition of the understanding of the creation of the amino acid. This is why world of science has never understood. They call it a fingerprint. It's not a fingerprint. That fact, that fingerprint, is the connection between you and the object you touch to give information, to take information, and to take energy. But you have not learned to tune the soul with the same system. You have the technology. You call it, you touch anything, you leave a fingerprint. That fingerprint is amino acid, is the connection of you in giving and what taking. But now to start with, if you learn how to mix this fingerprint with a combination of the CH3 and CO2 to connect in both dimensions of life on this planet, then you start not needing to eat, not to consume, but you take energy, because the apple says what you need is not me. You need another apple. The red apple gives you the energy which you need for the cells, because the cells, by level of understanding of magnetic fields, tell your body, tell your soul what I'm short of. This is how you feed your physicality through your soul. And then gradually your body starts adapting. And then your soul central energy starts adapting to what you need to feed the 20% of physicality that you don't need to kill for. What's the reason? Why do we even make fingerprint? Yes, to let you not to stick things to yourself, but it allows you the transfer of energy. It's you who did the biggest crime, eating that apple. She fooled you. You could hold that apple, enjoy its beauty and life, give to it life, and take from it what you need that is prepared to give you. Then you understand in the coming time, gradually and step by step, as you work more and more around the knowledge of the plasma, you don't need to eat. I don't eat. Of course you don't eat, but you learn how to transfer the energy of the physicality of this planet to your celestial body that does not need to die. You'll find out when you start using this knowledge, the way of transferring energy, you live thousands of years, not mere 40, 50, and 60. Cancers won't exist. You get hit by a car by 120 kilometers an hour and you walk off the accident, because your body has learned to use even the energy of the accident for it to transfer energy to life. How many times in the present new life you've seen somebody get hit with a car, crashed over with a train, with something else, and they just get up and walk? This is part of the structure of our soul, to change the dimension of the field to what it needs, because the soul has not finished its job. So physicality takes the energy of the environment and walks off. Self-repair is not something we don't know. We look at it as a magic when it happens. How the guy hit with 120 kilometers car and he just walks off? Because we haven't understood the part of the knowledge which I just explained. In the present life of today, we take 80% from the space and 20% by eating it. In the time of the survival of the soul takes that 20% directly from the environment that it carries on. It's instantaneous. This is why I always explain going from here to Mars is instantaneous. You do it and it's done. Because the soul dictates the transmutation, not the man by his emotion. Matter state emotion, not physical state emotion. Because we have never understood the 3 layers of life on this planet, which is part of our physical dimension's energy pack. Now, You understand the next step. This is why, in so many ways, we introduce many of the materials, ganses. You use that gans water, wash your hands with it, wash your face with it, and then you see what happens. Take a part of it, washing an apple and eat it because you carry it in. You have created a dynamic condition that locks into that apple. It's the last time you eat apple because you don't need to eat apple anymore because now you left the fingerprint all the time. If, as knowledge seekers, you understand the power of the transmission of the fields, there is no one can ever stop you living anywhere in the universe. Originally, when man became a citizen of this planet in any shape or form, any animal carries that fingerprint is partially for transfer of energy. It's not for you to leave a fingerprint behind. The consumption of the energy allowed by man to do without killing is the law of the universe. Man has crossed the line. Man has crossed the line by killing and consuming. For it, he has created stomach. For it, he has created liver. For it, he has created kidneys. For it, he has created everything. When you come to this point, even you have a bone structure, you have stomach empty of any, what you call, bits, which the body has created to clean up the bits you took from the physical part, to clean it, convert into energy that you can transfer it into energy for the soul to survive. If man understands, if man matures to this level of understanding, then the man stops killing. Part of the transmission system, part of the headphones we put out to you is doing this job without you knowing, to train your brain to create the fields on the pleasure and the levels of the apple, what it likes to give, and then you stop eating. This is why some of you have totally stopped eating and get panicky. Try and test. Understand the process. And then you see, you don't say, I don't eat food anymore. Yes, I take from the energy of the physicality of this planet what my body needs. You remember that song? Hello, happiness. Goodbye, loneliness. The happiness will come when you tap into the energy of this planet through its energy level and not through its physical dimensions of consumption. And as I showed you at the beginning, you understood, you understand, then you find out, because you're not taking the wrong things with the energy which the cell of the body of the man needs, you don't get the cancer. You have no complications because gradually there is no need for the stomach to process. The processing has done with the fingerprints of your hand, conversion of energy to what you need. It takes time to learn because you have to put behind the process of taking the love of creation. And that's the tricky part. I don't touch your apple because I need your energy. I touch your apple because I want for you to take what is needed from me to make me survive. I depend on your generosity. I covered this in a very simple way in the recent teaching. When we introduced the two headphone system, if you remember, where you have two headphones and two heads, I said to you, you take that one of the headphones and put it on Apple, and it gives you all the energy through the other headset in your body.
Let's just take a look at that in the store if we can, the Keshe Foundation store. And I think it's this one right here, Soul Ray Connect 2 headphone bundle. If we can see that, I think we can. And this is the item he's referring to. You put one on your head and the other one, which is reserved exclusively for you, and the other one you would keep separate for fruit or perhaps for someone else who wants to use it, but tell them it's already has other energies in it. But this is the product right here that he's referring to, Cosmic Ray Soul Connect. And it's offered at €39.99 plus shipping and taxes. But preventing cancers, again, this is a powerful thing, but it's all up to you in the way you sort of look at this. If eating and taking other entities' energies is offensive, it takes some time. It's not going to happen overnight, as I understand it. And this has been my experience as well. So it's not like you're going to just stop eating one day because you've had a whole life of eating and killing. So this is a process. Again, all these are processes. But there's tools to help you to do this. But as he said, you don't need the tools. But if you're short, you can try and reach out to the Keshe Foundation store. But it's not Mando. We all have this capability. I think we all understand that. It's a matter of applying it. And of course, the food subject is rather touchy with many people, as it was with myself when I said there's no way you can feed yourself without eating. But now we know this is the way the Creator works.
Feeds your physicality. You don't need to kill that apple. You can't put a headphone around the cow, unfortunately. But if you understood this, with this process coming up, with one apple, we can feed the whole humanity, because the apple is live and knows what everyone needs to take from it, and it gives to everyone. Goes back to the teaching of last week, where I explained to you in a very simple way that one magnet, one sphere, has many lines. One connects to Tom, one connects to George, and one connects to somebody else, because every single line, the need of every being on this planet is within that. Because each one needs a different energy level, has its own magnetic field strength. It's only need for one apple without destroying it to feed the whole humanity with apple. Change that apple to the knowledge is exactly the same. This is why in the teachings I said, when I teach for the whole of universe,
I'm just
and
wondering.
not just for the man.
Go ahead, Gail.
Yeah. I'm just curious. Everybody has a different energy need. I sort of thought the apple would have a particular energy, but it means that the apple has all, somehow all the energies can come and attach to it in a way. And then it will be able to feed everyone from it. It's not a carbon copy. It's not a Xerox copy. I'm a little bit confused about how that apple is going to give all the energy needed, if it can't give the same thing to everybody.
It gives them
Just
what they need, as I understand it. Everyone needs a little bit different, and the apple is capable of doing that. And I always think we should extend this into when we give to the world leaders or religious leaders. If one apple can feed the entire humanity, well, we should be able to do quite a bit by elevating the world leaders collectively.
yes, I usually think of the soul of humanity and the soul of the leaders, the collective soul. And then they can take, because all of us have a bit of different energy, like Mr. Keshe drew that picture. Sometimes we don't match that particular leader, but another leader we would match.
Right. Or
So
the combination of energies of yours and mine together, along with others, could create that combination of energies that that soul needs to pick up if it desires to or wants to.
yes. So I'm a little confused with the teaching about all of us collectively giving to the world leaders, for example, and there would be many, many different levels, and the leaders would be able to take what they need from whichever one suited them.
Right.
So
If the soul decides to pick it up, again, this is not a day job, as he said. They need a lot of elevation.
we all do. But one apple, and I know he said one hydrogen can do for the whole universe.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Need to understand that a little better, I think. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else have a thought or a comment? I know this is kind of a touchy subject, but it goes, I think, to the root of the matter. If you're going to become a universal citizen, this is part of playing by the rules. And he said we've broken the law of the universe, and this needs to come to an end.
Yeah, the apple the energy of the apple becomes like a magnet. So a magnet attracts other energy. So you become a walking magnet. So you attract energy from everywhere, and that will kind of feed you.
And don't you think, Ike, we can learn to transfer knowledge in the same way
Yeah,
without
because
speaking?
energy, yeah, without speaking, because magnetic waves are just energy. So everything is just energy, just converts into whatever forms that's depending on the nature. So even languages are energy. Even emotions, it's all form of energy. So everything is all about the magnetic field, the fields of energy. So if the energy of the apple becomes a magnet, then it can attract, energies around.
So you mean that as the apple is giving, it automatically receives back what it needs
Correct.
from anywhere, from the universe, from anywhere. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and you see how big an apple is. At one point in time, it was mentioned that give me 1 grain of rice and I'll feed the entire humanity. And then if they take away the grain of rice, he said, I'll use a piece of wood to feed entire humanity. So the energies within these structures are much more powerful than we've understood. Or maybe they're weaker. Again, he said he looks for the smaller and the weaker, where we seem to look for the bigger and stronger way. And I think the smaller and weaker is closer to the creator than the bigger and the stronger. But let's finish this up. There's probably about 10 minutes or so.
The man has an ear to hear, to understand, so you take the energy at that level. The one in another part of the universe uses the emotion of understanding of the knowledge, has access to what is taught. This is how it works. And this is how mankind will come to bring an end to killing. Because we have to show you how your soul travels with all the teachings. We have to show you how to make answers, to how to make connection And now it comes to physical manifestation in the life of the man. And now you see how everything comes together. Every step of the teaching by the Keshe Foundation in past 10, 15, 20 years has a reason, because it comes to connect it to. It comes to be part of. It is the steps of a ladder that you can, if you don't put your foot on your first step, you cannot go to the second. And then as you learn, you understand. In the further stages, when we come even further, we teach you how to use the soul of the man for feeding from the apple. You learn at the moment how to work with ganses. Creation of the emotion, dimension of existence. There's an old saying, give a man a fish, you have to feed him for a life. Teach him how to fish. You don't need him to give him any more fishes to survive. He knows how to survive. He learns how to catch a fish. And this is the same story with you knowledge seekers. I taught you fishing. Now go and catch. Not the life, but give to receive. Don't become the one I take is my right. As you do everyday life of today, I can afford it. I can put it in my hand. I can eat it because I can. Then you find the cycle of life changes. Your behavior changes, because now the emotion of the soul of physicality and emotion of the soul of man becomes one. Because the soul of physicality is trained to kill, to destroy, to keep physicality going. Now you see how your soul of physicality, not killing, comes in line with the soul of the man, the point of becoming a universal entity in one matter, not two, but confirming the existence of one in the other. The secret of life in the universe is not to be there present. The secret of life in the universe is there, to be there to give. Then you find out the cycle of life creates bigger and bigger, more interesting cycle of emotions and dimensions which man has never known. The worst word ever made in the vocabulary of the man is sacrifice. Should have never been there. When you love, you don't sacrifice, you give unconditionally. And it's the way the universe works. I give unconditionally, and what comes to me is what's given to me as love. There is no room for fighting, there is no room for wars. I always said to my children, when you have to fight for something to win, you have already lost. What is to come to you, you don't need to fight for. You give unconditionally, and if it's there, it comes to you. It's the rule of the world. You can never hold a woman unless the woman wants to be with you. Feels your love, and through her love, can give that love to gives you confirmation of your existence. This is how the universe works. And man has not understood. And it's time for man to understand, to become part of that universal community. And this teaching, these words have been said from the beginning of teaching 10 years ago. Maybe now you understand the meaning of it. Maybe now you understand how to work with it, how to extend life, and how to transfer energies, which is there in a matter state and with everything else in your hand. Don't rush and go and get that CH3 gas. Don't rush and get the CO2 gas and mix it and try. Mix the energy in your soul, in your physicality, before you touch the physicality to see if it works. You make a wrong connection because the intention is wrong. Then you understand how comes the love comes. You don't kill what you love because you give it love for it to exist. You will not eat that apple because your soul, your energy is there to give it life. Understand the teaching of today. I have opened and I unraveled the secret of life in space and the end of killing on this planet to live. Those who create wars use a different energy, tap into a different dimension of the field, and that creates wars. In time, very near future, I isolate those, I teach you how to isolate them, that they do not receive. We've seen that in the president of Ukraine. That body.
So apparently there's bad energies because there's those that create wars, they tap into the energy that creates war. So it's a possibility that you can actually take bad energy in. And then that needs to be explained some more so we know what we're doing.
Yeah, he said he'd teach us how to block those energies from going to that person. I was thinking earlier, someone else mentioned how they put these scenarios out, and as we believe them, we're actually manifesting them. Like we have to go to war, we have to go to war with this country, and then the people think, oh, there's no other alternative. So they actually manifest it, I think, through their energies, and these elites know that in a way. So they actually
subconsciously we just agree to it, and then we're feeding in.
I think so.
Feeding into the.
Yep, we're feeding it by saying there's no other. Did you hear they're going to war? Did you hear this? So we better.
Right.
So we're all using the energies the wrong way. But he said, we'll teach you how to block these world leaders. And apparently this particular one is going to, they're going to set an example in a way.
And it's usually done through fear.
Absolutely. Yes. Very malleable when you're in fear. Let's just finish this. I think there's, go ahead, Gail.
And we have to have love instead of fear.
Yes, this giving. I know he talked about there's no love in the space, but other times he said all the creator has is his love and his knowledge. But in the space, at one point, he indicated we call it giving. And again, this whole teaching is for you to decide in a way, slowly, step by step. I'm sure you'll contemplate it, and it won't be an overnight success. This process takes some time to get ingrained, but we all have the capability to do it if you want to move away from this killing and eating other entities. Gosh, nutritionists are going to have a very hard time with these teachings, aren't they? You need the 3 meals, and you better have this amount of protein and that amount of so on and so forth, and they're going to have quite a hard time. But when it gets revealed, you're already doing it 80%. The gap of 20% that we need to fill is not that much, especially with, yes.
Sorry, and it goes back to that thinking good, speaking good, and doing good, because you can block out all bad energies by you changing your thoughts, you know?
Absolutely. Without a doubt. But we haven't really been informed about this, have we, Ike?
No, that's why we're here.
Yeah, that's why we're here, yes. And to share it with the other ones. That's why this social media, he said, will spread very rapidly. Let's just finish this up. I think there's a minute or 2 left, maybe less.
Is a killing machine. on his own. And then you ask me, what happens to the souls of those millions killed because of his greed? We show you his final destination and make an example of it for man to understand. Would you like to have that station? Then it comes for man to understand how even we call the transmutation, because this understanding of this process is the beginning of the full understanding of the work of transmutation. It won't happen overnight, but you have to learn. You transfer to a new environment, then you have to touch yourself to physicality of it to be able to manifest yourself, and all of you missing that part. As we say in English, that grubby hands tainted with the energies of the universe is missing. When we did the test in Linz, if you remember, go back on the teaching, one of the knowledge seekers came in, sat in there, he said, I'm on the moon. He says, I'm picking up stones, I pick up stones, I pick up sand. I put him back in the machine again. I said, now I'll give you a bucket, put him in the bucket. And we watched him physically picking things up, putting it in the bucket. The only thing which we didn't have in reality of bucket was the gravitational magnetic field of the earth, and the stone would have manifested itself. This is how you transfer energies, plasmatic energies, but create a condition of the earth by your own energy, not by another. You don't need another machine to beam you up. You create that condition of the manifestation of the place and position by the interaction of the fields of your own body. Connecting condition of the, what we call the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of the man to create the physicality of the time and place and position. You create the point of manifestation by interaction of the two fields of the soul of the man. This is the secret of life. This is the secret of being me, Scotty. You don't have a machine on Mars for you to transfer from A to B. You create the condition of that machine according to the time, place, and position through the interaction of the fields of yourself, the way you gave to the apple. The planet you want to land in is become that apple. You touch it with the fields of the energy of the soul of physicality, and it gives you manifestation. This is the secret of life, transmutation. Understanding the process of life in the universe is so simple.
Go ahead, Ike.
Touching with the field of energy of the soul of physicality, that is emotions, right?
Again, I'm not sure. He said the soul does the transmutation earlier, not with the emotion. But again, I think he said we've all missed this point of how to connect the soul of physicality to the location and manifest, and I'm in that camp.
Because he said if you try to get to the Mars or Jupiter anywhere, by you using the energies of the soul of physicality, it gets you there. So it has to be either you thinking or the emotions, the energy within you. It has to be within.
Yes,
That's what
the man we go ahead.
I think. From what I understood, it does sound like it's the emotion part when they're working together with soul.
Can you play 1 minute back again? Sorry.
create the point of manifestation. By interaction of the two fields of the soul, manifestation of the place and position, by the interaction of the fields of your own body, connecting condition of the what we call the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of the man to create the physicality of the time and place and position. You create the point of manifestation by interaction of the two fields of the soul of the man. This is the secret of life. This is the secret of Bimmi Scotty. You don't have a machine on Mars for you to transfer from A to B. You create the condition of that machine according to the time, place, and position through the interaction of the fields of yourself, the way you gave to the apple. The planet you want to land in is become that apple. You touch it with the fields of the energy of the soul of physicality and it gives you manifestation. This is the secret of life, transmutation.
Yeah, so you give first to the location.
Understand.
But you giving first to the location, then the energies of your field of your soul and the soul of physicality, which should be the emotion, then you can land or manifest over there. When the physicality and the emotions interact, then the soul and the emotion interact, then the physicality will pop up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's still a mystery. I can go in the, seems like I can go in the dimension of energy, but I can't go in the and manifest the physicality yet. But again, it's a process. And he talked about Mars here, no water fountains. There's a couple points, or just one, that I thought was interesting. When he said you go to Mars, you don't have a machine on Mars. Okay, I'm not sure if this is the one. He's saying the transmutation session will be very interesting. Let's just see. No, I didn't find it. But he said it's not the emotion of the matter state emotion. The soul decides when to do the transmutation. Let's just see if we can just find that, which I thought was a little curious here. Let's just skip through these. Yeah, this is the one right here. This is why I always explain, let's make sure we're sharing this so you can see the text. This is why I always explain going from here to Mars, it's instantaneous. You do it and it's done because the soul dictates the transmutation, not the man by his emotion, matter state emotion, not physical state emotion. Does that clear anything up? Because we have never understood the 3 layers of life on this planet, which is part of our physical dimensions energy pack. And he told us how critical the emotions are, but here he's saying because the soul dictates the transmutation, not the man by his emotion. Anyone want to explain that a little bit more? I always thought it was the emotion. He said we haven't understood the emotion of transmutation.
I think the 3 layers, each one has the 3 layers. The soul has a form of physicality and emotion, just like the emotions have a form of a soul and physicality. So each of the 3 layers of like a structure of a plasma has the 3 layers within itself. So if you look at the earth, the wing, the fire, and the water, so they are all part of the 3 layers. And each of them has a level, kind of, if I have to use the word, level of the soul. We look at the air mostly as part of the soul. It could be the tangibility of the physicality of the soul. We look at the water as the transition, the emotions, water. It could be the tangibility, the inertia of the or physicality of the emotion, level of that emotion. That's how I look at it.
Good. Good. Again, it's all about you and finding out and opening up this mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. But that's an interesting statement because he said the soul dictates the transmutation, not the man by his emotion, matter state emotion, not physical state emotion. We want to go, but we don't go. So there's something that's not connecting or clicking.
Isn't it that the soul of physicality and the soul of man will start to function in the same way?
Yes,
So
as they get closer to each other, and that is moving the soul of physicality away from the killing. So it does seem like there is an interconnection there.
and it takes the place of the soul of the man in a way in our physical system.
Yeah,
But
we're trying to get them together and to be able to manifest. So perhaps this reducing the killing and the rest of this does give a little advantage or some advantage to transmutation.
that's because soul of physicality will change.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, if you reduce the killing, that physicality, you're killing that physical, the tangibility, then we are focused more on absorbing energy. So we're on the level of energy. And then the emotions of that level of energy can then transmute us.
Right. And we're still panicking and doing a few other things. We haven't quite gotten there. And as he said, this is what we've missed in trying to manifest the physicality. He talked about the grubby hands of the universe. But somehow you have to connect to something there, I think, from the soul of physicality. But again, I'm not fully clear on this. Okay, I think we've covered it quite well. I played it all because I thought this was good. It's, again, between you and your understanding of how you want to proceed with this process. Again, I think I would start slowly and build up to it, but that's not necessarily the way it works. But I think for most, we'll build up in a way, step by step, slowly, gradually. You just can't stop eating, as he told other people. It just doesn't work. It's like putting the brake, you're going 120 miles in the car an hour and you slam on the brakes. You're going to cause a lot of problems. So you can't just stop eating. We need something to replace it. And he's giving us some techniques to start trying to transfer these energies. But it's up to you. No one can force you to do it. No one can make you to do it. You can fake it like you're doing it, but it doesn't really, in the end analysis, you'll find out it doesn't work. So it's all up to you and humanity when they want to put some of this killing down. And as he said, we can't just ask you to stop going to war. We have to give you something to replace it. But at the same time, you don't need the systems out of the store. But if you're short and want some assistance, that's why those systems are there, I think, to ingrain it within you, as he said, without you even knowing it. And that's why I said, when I'm using these tubes, I'm really not doing anything other than holding them in my hand or putting them on the cosmic ray bundle. But something is becoming ingrained in me through this process.
And your amino acid is also interacting.
Yes.
So the only issue I have is how to maintain weight. And I know the mass of the body is sort of fixed because of your magnetic field energy is subtracted from your gravitational field energy. That's your mass. Now I have to work on.
I know Mosfeck was saying he's eating less and actually putting on weight. We should have asked him a little bit about how that works.
But you have to remember everything is fields. So if you're thinking about I don't want to lose weight, so you are feeding that field in, and then you're never gonna lose weight.
Right. I know he said you would stabilize at a certain position, normally maybe 20% less or something, 10% less, and then you would stabilize in that sort of arena. But
already underweight.
sure, sure. Well, as he showed us in Linz, when you had those two Ubiso's units side by side, one was the material enhancement, one was the flight system, and one had gained an awful lot of weight without even changing its structure. They couldn't pick it up with the same hand truck, lift truck tow motor that they used. They had to order a special one. He didn't tell us which one had gained the weight, but it didn't change anything on its mass, it looked like, but the weight had definitely gotten heavier. So Ike, I think you're absolutely right. We can maintain weight if that's needed, but maybe that's not even needed. Yes.
Thank you.
Very, very possible for everyone to start the process of reducing the killing. But it's up to you, again, which way, how you look at this, how you understand it. As he said, you take from this knowledge what your intellect allows. And no soul has a corner on intellect. So we all, in a way, understand it. It's a matter of applying it and getting that soul of physicality in line with, more in line with the soul of the man. Then some of these things become quite easy. He said it's so simple, and everything is when you understand it. I think we all know that. Okay, it's about 18 past the hour. I just thought we would go right into the creating the Dome of Peace. And of course, the Universal Council is putting wishes up in the different telegrams and the different chats. And this is today's wish. So we can add this into our wishes. We, the UC, wish that scientists, professionals, laymen, experienced people in plasma science with expertise in different fields look forward to them joining us to be part of the soul of the peace. So you can add this to your daily intentions. You can do it more than once a day. And again, transfer energies. A lot of times we say, I am present. That's more matter state. You can say it. That's not a problem. You don't have to say anything. You're just adding your energies into this. So let's go to the Dome of Peace. And this is where our planet is a little bit short of energies. And by releasing the Gans waters, this helps to supplement the planet's energies in a way. Let's just make sure we have this shared properly. So this is the first step of creating the Dome of Peace. And I was wondering, no one answered that question, is because we're releasing so many souls, does that contribute to the planet losing energy? Or is that a separate issue? So maybe we're adding energy with this process to the planet. But by reducing the killing, maybe that will keep more energies here. I just thought about that and wonder if there's a correlation or an intersection there. So this is the first step of creating the Dome of Peace, which is using the Gans waters, energy, elevating the soul of this planet into the permanent peaceful condition. You can find how to make Gans or products at the Keshe Foundation Wiki, and there's other knowledge seekers who can share it with you, but you can just add energies to the planet on a regular basis through the physical. It's something for the physicality to do, but now we see we can use Ganses in a different way too to make certain connections to things, CH3 and CO2. But first, he said, as he said, create those conditions within your own structure before you actually apply the Gans waters. Okay, this is Stefania will be introducing this. Thank you, Stefania.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So that's the first step in creating the Dome of Peace. It's something for the physicality to do. It connects wellness centers together, he said at one time, but it's increasing, it's elevating the soul of this planet. So I think the more we do it, the faster in a way the soul becomes elevated. But it's up to you. Now we're going to create the second step of the Dome of Peace, which is the collective power of the souls. And we can see if one apple, one grain of rice, one piece of wood can feed the entire humanity, well, then collectively, even in the group we have here, we're bringing a change slowly. And of course, the other parties have to accept it, but we don't, in a way, look for that. Did they change this week? Did they change? The process will happen and it'll just happen on its own. But our part is to learn this dimension of energy transfer. And it's more or less just wishing it to happen and giving, and just giving out of your emotions and your fields and allow the others to pick it up, what they need. So this is the second step. And this process goes on a regular basis. As we can see, the Universal Council has invited everyone to participate in this process on a regular basis, on a daily basis, but you can extend that to even past the one time a day. Maybe you want to give a few nanoseconds at that time and then extend it. The same way you're going to work with the food and the killing in the, you start small and build it up from there. I wouldn't start going on a 21-day fast or anything when you're not sure how to absorb energies. So this is the invitation every day. And again, your physicality can be engaged in whatever it's engaged in, because this is part of the energy dimension. Remember, he said we're trying to, in a way, work with the two, the energy dimension and the physical dimension. And it's for everyone to sort of separate it and put it together. Whoops. Okay, let me just go back to that other page. Here we go. Okay, so this is the second step. We're all familiar with it, but let's just review it and collectively join on this energy level. Something we're going to use in the future for sure. We're all going into the universe at some point, and it'd be better to be prepared and not need it than to be unprepared and need it. We've often heard those sayings.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe.
Okay, we're going to take 2.5 minutes, but I did flash the two backgrounds. You can join the Brazilian team on Sunday. This is just something about releasing the GANS waters, but on a daily basis, they have daily intentions you can join. Here are some of the websites: Keshe Brazil, KesheBrazil.com, Keshe.Foundation, the Telegram channels, the YouTube channels. You can join on Wednesday for the elevation of the world leaders, and then the daily intentions, which basically are the same. These are actually formal meetings which you can join and participate in. There's always any questions or comments they take. The meeting is normally about 30 minutes. But as I said, if you're not able to join because you're working or another reason, maybe you don't have a connection, you can join on the, and you can join them as well on the energy level, but you can join all of us at 9 p.m. I think their times are a little bit different, but again, we're all on the same team and working for the same goal. And you're learning this energy dimension, which most people think it's quite foreign. Although most of the things that happen to them in the energy, they just say it's just a coincidence. Someone called me, I was thinking about them, or something else that happens in a way. So we're learning it's not a coincidence and it's not a dream. This is all the work of your structure, your beautifully created structure by the Creator in the energy dimension. So let me put up this other background and we will take 2.5 minutes and just collectively, calmly, the elevation of the souls of the 5+1 negotiators. Gosh, I think that is still going on. The souls of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna. That's where the negotiations were taking place, on and off. The soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. So we're going to take 2.5 minutes, and then maybe I'll just put this wish up as well if I can. Let's just put that up in a way right there. And we're going to just take 2.5 minutes and let's start now. We can add this into our intentions. Thank you. And thank you all for your continued participation in this process. As we said earlier, it's not a day job, and it's really ingraining in you this ability to transfer energies and receive energies. And this is what it's all about, because you're going to take this knowledge, this understanding into the next dimension. Or you may go into that next dimension while you're still in the physicality. As he said, we don't have to wait for the final bell to experience the dimension of the universe where the creator exists. Of course, the creator exists in everything, everywhere, but this is the dimension of the creator, is the energy dimension, and move and transit between the two dimensions. So it's a very exciting time. Again, knowledge being delivered in such a deep and short delivery in a way. Even though we wouldn't think it's so short, I think if we were in Mr. Keshe's position, as he said, he's been walking around this planet for thousands of years, trying all different ways to elevate the soul of the man, and this will be the final teaching in a way, or the final, there'll be no more prophets after this. So it looks like we're going to get to that level of peace on the planet, and then that's only the step to lead to the next step. Okay, without further delay, let's bring in Alex Skorik if he's ready to take over the screen. Thank you, Alex, for joining us and your continuing sharing of these teachings and your understanding of how it works. But thank you again for being here. I hope you're still here. Yes, you are. And you've gotten the screen. Great.
Thank you very much for bringing us to this point, Mark. Really appreciate the fine work that you're doing. So without further ado, as you said, shall we get to business here?
We shall.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you very much. Let's see if this works.
It works.
Hey. Well, we have lots to be excited about. Thank you very, very much for being here. And I appreciate the participation from the panelists from the various continents around the world. It's what makes this meeting so very important as we follow in the jet stream of the Brazilian community, and of course, the big jet stream, the rocket stream, I guess, is following the Knowledge Seekers workshops every week. And so we're getting new information. So thank you all for making the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting so vital. And we try and add in our own way, because everybody has their own that they can do this. And this is a Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. Here we are in the Intermediate Inertia series. We're hooked on life today, and my name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is March the 16th, 2025, and this is a part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So let's carry on, and as we see, we're at the end of this series here, and what we've been trying to do through all the series is to condense the information in such a way that not only the experienced knowledge seekers, but the new knowledge seekers can be welcome and can understand in a different manner. Maybe that they can relate better because we're not all scientists, but we can't wait for everyone to come on stream, but we certainly can lay the path down. And sometimes that path is a little bit rocky. Sometimes that path is not well paved. And sometimes that path is really, really smooth. But our path right now is we're on the hesitancy highway, and we say that's the lowest energy state. So we mean the lowest energy state in terms of the physicality. But it doesn't mean the lowest energy state in terms of equality or in terms of status. There are some places that have different states, and some people are in a preferred position, and other people are absolutely untouchable. So we're at the frontier of the crossroads now, where, yeah, we love our chuck wagon tailgate parties, especially at the football games. And of course, we talk about the importance of accurate field goal kickers. Well, how accurate are we? And how much do we remember? Do we remember the San Francisco 49ers? Not the 1949ers, but the 1849ers. It's hard to remember the gold rush, isn't it? But there's always a gold rush. And remember that North America was founded by explorers, pioneers, and miners. Come to think of it, I think Africa was founded by explorers, pioneers, and miners. There always seems to be a catch. So we're always trying to search for outer space. And when we look at the cover of book number 3 and we see the origin of the universe and how colors came to be and all the colors came to be and created man's universe and the sister universe. And yet here we are in our little tiny perfect pie in the sky. And we're all searching for outer space. But we have to get hooked on life, on the Plazo Highway, to our pie in the sky. Because that's a very smooth highway. It's also a very fast highway. So let's get into it. It would be very helpful if we all could read the books from Marin Tepikoli Keshe, such as book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter, where we see the coming together of matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And that's book number 1. But book number 2 takes us from that position of matter to another position of matter via the structure of the light. And so that light, which you can't grab onto, but you can deflect it or you can absorb it, you just can't hang on to it like you would another structure, such as a handrail. And then, of course, as book number 3 which we said was the origin of the universe, and the origin of the universe was there, then where did the matter come from? And so this becomes kind of a dog chasing its tail kind of scenario, which kind of came first. So how about which one came first? Or how about which one came together? Which one was number one? Isn't number one first? Or is number one our present position? And so we've been trying to figure this thing out for 369 weeks in a row. 369. Isn't that interesting? And the members of the Universal Council, led by Rick Crammond, have been trying to bring justice and world peace to this planet. And when we talk about the members of the Universal Council, these members are of the planetary Universal Council. But let's all remember that there is a Universal Council. There has to be. Because remember in book number 2, the structure of light, where did that come from? And did that structure of light bring these 10 commandments that we grew up with? And now we find out it's another 14. And why do we need these commandments? It's when you were born, did you bring the commandments with you? Or was that given to you after you were born? So if it was given to you after you were born, then what was given to you before you were born? And if you say, well, there was nothing given to you before you were born, well, how is that possible? Because you were born. So if you came from nothing, maybe that's why people think that you're good for nothing. But it doesn't matter what they think. It's what you think that matters. And so do you need these commandments to tell you how to live? Or does your soul automatically know? Well, we all need a refresher, right? So thou shalt not kill, and thou shalt not lie and cheat and steal and rape and all the other good things that make this world go round. And are they good things? Or are they bad things? Because if the Creator created everything, would the Creator admit to having created bad things? Or are we interpreting them improperly, misusing them and abusing them? So how do we get on this plasma highway? So what we've been trying to do is determine our position on the transmission highway. And for this, we have the attributes of frequency, pressure, and heat. And of course, it's at the lowest energy level. But we know that we can go higher. We can have higher frequency, higher pressure, higher heat. Okay, but that's still on the lowest energy level. So that means in order to step up, we have to change the playing field. And that would become the transition highway. But it's at that point now we have alternatives. We can either go higher or we can come back down. And so that becomes a question. But in the long-term goal is to get on the transmutation highway. And the reason we want to do that is because that highway is not congested. The traffic on that highway moves so fast, and there are no accidents, and there's no far away. In fact, there is no away. This is the problem with garbage. You can't throw it away because the away doesn't exist. but there is a path. So how do we get on that highway, and how do we follow that path, and what does it mean? So there is a carbon inertia highway that is kind of sight unseen. And it has to do with either increasing or decreasing the mass of carbon. And so on the upper energy states, we see that in the transition highway, we see carbon 14 and carbon 10, and we see a relationship of 1.4 to 1. But when we total it up, it's 24. And when we go to the plasma highway, we have carbon 16 and carbon 8, and the ratio is 2 to 1. But when we total it up, it's still 24. So that causes us a problem with the carbon 12, because we only look at the carbon 12 in its singularity. But if we want to see it in its actuality, we have to take something else into account. And if we do that, where we have another carbon 12 to refer to, and there we can see the one-to-one relationship, and well, that makes perfect sense, right? Because not only are we first, but we're also number one. And we can clearly see that with respect to the ratios, that's the lowest ratio. So that is the lowest energy field. But does it make sense that we are in the singularity, except if we're in the duality, then the rest of it is in duality as well. So now we have more choices. Not only can we elevate to a higher energy state, but we have other energy states to elevate to. And which one is it? And what determines which one it is? And who's doing the determination? And so what's beyond that? And then we find out that everything that we see is what we see, as opposed to what we don't see. Why don't we see what we don't see? Is it because we can't see it? Or is it because we don't want to see it? When we are in the lowest energy state, we only see the physical matter state. But as we transition to higher energy states, we have added skills. And so that which we can't see may become visible if we have the eyes to see. So the vast majority of us are only seeing half the picture, because we're only seeing what is allowed to be seen. And so who is doing the allowing? Are we restricting ourselves? So many questions. But what we know with the plasma inertia is that it comes together through a junction point. So we could have one track coming together with another track. And so we could take the lowest transition matter with the highest transition matter. And how do we get there? Well, we have to have a transfer dimension in between. So the lower transition and the transfer state combines as a plasma inertia to create a higher transition. So that's our high junction, but then we have a medium junction. So the same principle applies, except now we're taking the same things into account, but in a different perspective, where we take the high transition matter and the low transition matter, and there we have the plasma inertia field of a transfer state. So now from that transfer state, obviously being in between, medium, we can go higher or lower. Okay. Well, let's say if we go lower, well, look at that. Now we have a different kind of plasma inertia junction where the higher transition matter and the transfer state combine as a plasma inertia to create the lower transition matter state. So, as a rule, we need to understand that when we're looking at a picture, we're only seeing half the picture. There is another picture there. So we have to understand and take into account that what we are seeing is a manifestation of a plasma inertia junction. And so that junction point is at the middle. And if that junction point is at the middle, then we have to decide which side of that junction are we on. And if we have to pick a side, will we all pick the same side? Well, the answer is, of course, since you were born on this planet, we've all picked the same side. So now we're saying that there's another side. We have to understand that because there's a conservation of inertia. You see, the MAGRAV energy transfer state has to take into account, and as we found with our plasma science, that we can go from the atomic state to the nanostate to the GaN state, but there's always the two sides. And the thing is that we're mixing things up. So we have things that are in the atomic state, and we have things in the nanostate, and we produce something in the GaN state. So not only can we go from side to side, but we can go up or down. And if we can go from side to side, that means we can go from left to right or right to left. But if we can go up or down, that means we can go from down up or from up down. And so we have many variables to choose from. And then which variables do we choose? And that becomes the question of susceptibility. So there is a consistency. So some people think that chaos is the consistency. And so they create consistent chaos. And we're not just talking about warmongers. It could be just within your own family. Some people just revel in that chaotic environment. But the chaos theory says that it's just random. How can it be consistent if it's random? So we look at the scientific community, and they're very centered on being consistent. And of course, the religious community, they talk about a certain kind of consistency, but they generally only talk about that one day a week. The other 6 days, well, we'll just have to wait to be consistent. So what we are consistently looking for is the practical application of it. So we have to determine what factor is at play to make this practical application consistent for us. So there is a plasma rule where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. But there's an earthbound rule where the higher strength beats the weaker strength, or the higher strength eats the weaker strength. Well, or the higher strength kills the weaker strength. So these all become conflict points. But these conflict points become binding zones, because in order to have that conflict, both adversaries have to be in the same zone. And so in that binding zone of adversaries, there is this conflict. And then, of course, the higher strength will be the winner. but can you win without losing? And so as you enter this binding zone, you have to ask yourself, are you going to be the winner or are you going to be the casualty? Well, don't think about that, because just think about your self-serving needs, binding your own energy, and understand that in this conflict point, we're binding our energy at the expense of others. So if we're the lowest energy state and we're stealing energy from others, then we are literally going to the poverty bank. But if we enlist the services of the higher energy, then we're going to the abundant bank, the cornucopia of abundance. And so it changes the relationship. So there's a tensity in that relationship. In the plasma science, we discuss it as magnetical and gravitational balance, and that would be a MAGRAV condition. But that doesn't mean that the magnetical and gravitational are equal, because if they were equal, there would be no flow. And so the scientific community has an understanding that there's a relationship between the conservation of magnetic fields versus the conservation of energy. And that is discussed in our awake state. And the spiritual community is looking at the conservation of the spirit versus the conservation of the soul, and has a mild reference to the dream state. So there's a relationship between the awake state and the dream state, and the plasma science is what adds to the knowledge. And so these relationships are developed, but they can develop slowly or they can develop quickly. So that becomes the overriding question. At what rate of change can we succeed in bringing the scientific and spiritual communities together to, shall we say, not cooperate so much, but to reflect the rules of the plasma universe? So the plasma universe has natural creation, and it also has natural decay. But that's part of the creation. And we see ourselves as four-wheelers of that creation. But we only have two wheels on the creation side and two wheels on the decay side. And that's kind of a good thing, because that keeps us in balance. But what bonds these things together? And so that's a topic we've been discussing for the last little while, the inertia bonding factor. That's the factor. Well, where is this factor? And because we can't see it, maybe we can't measure it, or maybe we're just making it up. Maybe we're just fudging the whole thing. But in reality, we have a relationship between the creation and the decay. So because we can't understand it, or we can't explain it, or don't want to explain it, then we fudge it. But the fact of the matter is, there is an inertia bonding factor, and that's what brings us all together. So you don't have to understand it. You just have to understand that there is a practical application to this. It's called life, and it gives us the magnetical dependency is based on the attraction and repulsion of plasma forces. We call it gravitational intensity, balanced off by the magnetical outtensity. And that's the balance between what we call feedback and feeding. In science, we also call it either an electron or a neutron, those being the two extremes of the atomic structure. Well, we are all on this planet, which is made from this atomic structure, and we are made from this atomic structure, and we're all part of the humanity civilization. And look at us, look at us. We have a contention dependency. And what does that mean? Well, we may be on one planet, but each of us is of one race. And who's number one? And so in order to understand who number one is, we have to understand who the other one is. And once we identify who the other one is, then we have a contention. So without the other one, we don't have a contention. So we are dependent on the other one for that contention. That's why we have a contention dependency. So if our reference is only the humanity civilization, then the contention becomes humanity versus humanity. Well, how do you differentiate from the man who caresses his child to the man who pulls the trigger on the gun to kill someone else's child? Because let's face it, a child is a child and is part of the humanity civilization. So why is there a contention based on whose child it is when all the children are the children of the humanity civilization? So we become dependent on this contention, and it's fulfilling our understanding of our existence. Well, we were forced to develop the cups of life. And that was another fulfillment of our existence, because we found the emotional inner strength that we had in our inner space. And we discovered the nano-monatomic science. And also we discovered the GANS process. And then we discovered the importance of carbon and how it fits. So getting back to the plasma highway, we see that the cup of life was not only able to produce the carbon dioxide GANS, but through its GANS radiance manifestation, we were able to produce calcium, copper, zinc, water, and amino acid. And we can even produce gold. But fundamentally, what was important to us is to reinforce our emotional and our physical structure. So we had those two cups. When we put them together and added the cup of soul, now we had a combination of 3 cups. And still, we had the magnetico-gravitational relationship. So each cup had that relationship plus a soul. But collectively, all 3 cups together had a collective soul. And they acted as one. One cup, one soul. And then, of course, was the cup of the universe, which was another cup. And it was the bringing together, not of the 2 cups, but of the 2 hemispheres of the brain. And they were mimicking the same type of GANS production in carbon, copper, and zinc. So the carbon, the connection to the universe, the zinc, the connection to the emotional structure, and the copper, the connection to the physical structure. And the 3 of them come together. And we have one other thing we have to take into account, because in order to come together somewhere, we have to be somewhere. And that somewhere is the grand central station of the Earth. And as such, we have the Earth and all of its ganses. And so this becomes very important for us, because we are part and parcel of all of these ganses as well. That's the reason we came to Earth. because that was our little sentimental pie in the sky. So that was us somewhere. It happened to be Earth. But where is that? So we maintain a positional consistency, not so much by where we are, but where we are not. So we were not Venus, we were not Mars. And even when we orbit the sun, we are still tracking the same path. And it isn't like we're always tracking at the same speed. In terms of rotation, but we are tracking at the same speed in terms of the diameter of the orbit. And so if that is the case, then we're never shoulder to shoulder, except at some instance during our orbit. And that is a flash in the pan because we're all moving. So yeah, we're moving at the same speed, but we are moving in a different orbit. So there's an overlapping field that determines the track that we follow. Okay, then. So all of the atoms that we see on the grand central station of the Earth space have this makeup where we have a neutron. And in the plasma science, we see that the neutron is the precursor for the atom, which the atom is basically an electron-proton combination. But then the electron is negative and the proton is positive, and the total of that does not equal the mass of the neutron. So what was missing was the release of the PM tick. So now when we look at the atomic dependency, we see that in the fundamental breakup of the neutron, we are creating the atom. And so the atom is dependent on the breakup of the neutron. But in turn, by releasing the PM tick, then we find that the PM tick itself is dependent on the creation of the atom. So there's an interdependency on all three, but there's an implication that the PM tick is the discard as far as the atom is concerned. But as far as the neutron is concerned, maybe the atom is the discard. But if we created a PM tick and an atom, then maybe the neutron is the discard. And so if we move from one, say, mag-grav condition, be it a neutron, move it to another mag-grav condition, say the atom, is the demise of one the creation of the other? Well, where is this? Because without being somewhere, you really can't exist in that regard, in the existence that we understand, atomically, physically. So we look at the periodic table of consistency, where we have consistently elements in certain spaces on the Earth space. And so the entire table are the details of the Earth space range. So we have copper, we have zinc, we have iron, we have gold. But more importantly, we have carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen, because those are the building blocks of life. And yes, they're important. because from there, we can create all the other elements. And then we look at sodium, potassium, magnesium, and calcium. And these all are facilitating change in energy state. There's a process that's going on there. And so with that process, it becomes a plasma inertia junction. And so on that basis, we can be low, medium, or high in terms of energy. So the way the periodic table of consistency is organized, each of these elements is based on, in terms of number, atomic numbers, based on the number of protons. But they also have neutrons, except for hydrogen. It doesn't have any neutrons. Unless hydrogen goes into a different energy state, and then it does have a neutron. So, which is it? Is it hydrogen 0, or is it hydrogen 1? Or is it hydrogen 2? Or 3? Because we say that helium is 4. 2 protons and 2 hydrogens. So, just in simple math, we're having a little inconsistency in our periodic table of consistency. So in the beginning, there was a neutron that came before the atom and the PM tick, as we said. So we said, let there be light. Well, where does that light come from? It comes from the darkness. So we really don't know where it comes from because we can only see what comes to us. What's going away from us, we can't see. And if it's going somewhere, but, we can't take that into account. So we are just saying that let there be light. So the neutron came before the atom and the PM tick. But, where did the neutron come from? Because in the beginning, oh, yes, of course, there was the principal matter, the PM tick. And so that, of course, was magnetical because it comes together and brings together the antimatter, the dark matter, and the plasma matter, and converts it into a plasmagen, which is like a MAGRAV inertia field. And then that inertia field is a force field, and it gets diluted in its interaction with the Earth space. And so the Earth space field and the plasmagen field create an inertia field, which is a field interaction. And so that becomes the manifestation of everything that we see here in the matter state. But the matter state has a unique characteristic that we can see it and we can touch it, but it also has a plasmatic state which we can't touch or can't see, but it is adjoining to our physical state. So when we say, well, we can't feel it, well, yes, we can, because we have feelings. So we can feel it, but we also have hands, and with those hands, we can feel it. So feeling is kind of a nebulous term, but it applies to how we are feeding ourselves, and then, of course, feeding back. And the point of this is that we are feedback dominant. And this is becoming a real block to our understanding of what is the difference between me and my shadow. So we have a core dependency, which is the neutron. But we have a corollary where it could be the proton. So the neutron being neutral, but the proton being positive. There was a change there, but both of them are gravitational. And then we look at the electron, and it could be a positron. There's a change there, but it's magnetical. So we can't just arbitrarily say, well, that's me and that's my shadow, because me created that shadow. So you can step on me, but you can't step on my shadow. But I can move my shadow by moving me. So which is it? Or does it have to be segregated? Or does it explain how things are working? So when we look at this gravitational confirmation, which we need to ascertain, let there be light. Well, we can see that with the hydrogen emission spectrum, it actually creates a fingerprint of light. We call it a fingerprint because it's unique. But with this fingerprint, it is clearly a signature for the hydrogen. So that fingerprint becomes a unique print. But that hydrogen has the same fingerprint wherever it is. But on Earth, we have another element, the oxygen, and it has a fingerprint. It is different. So it too is a gravitational confirmation. And it too has a unique fingerprint which can be replicated in any other place. But uniquely, the two of them come together on Earth and create this blue planet. So the coming together on this sphere is a coming together of 3 dimensions. And so we have 3 belief feeding dimensions and 4 experience feedback dimensions. Because we have 1 plus 1, not the same one, plus another one, again, not the same one, but it's more than 3 because we haven't determined what the limitation is, because there's something that's missing, and that's our observation. And our observation is part of the feedback. And we can be as objective or subjective as we wish. So in other words, that we can fudge that detail. And is that detail representative of our belief, or is it representative of our experience? So we are in the 4th dimension looking at this. And so that means we become part and parcel of the whole thing. In other words, we cannot extricate ourselves from these dimensions. We cannot pop out of these dimensions like you pop a cork out of a wine bottle. So there's an inertia feeding. And we have to understand that add 1 plus 1 equals 1, but which one? So each one has 2 fields that are contributing. So that takes care of 1 and gives you a field strength feeding dimension, but then there's another one, and it would be different in some way. And then that one becomes another feeding dimension. And then there's another one, an inertia of another one. And it too is different in some way. And then we bring that together. And so this other feeding dimension is not the same as the other feeding dimensions. So this is what we have to understand, that when we're saying one, we're saying the product of two. But not only, because for this example, we're only asking for two. But what we're seeing is that if we bring three feeding dimensions together, then that becomes more than three, because we're the observer and we're applying our feedback to it. But we can change the feeding, right? So maybe one was one at that time, but now it's a different one. So maybe we're just switching two feeding dimensions around. But what happens if we scramble everything? Let's just totally have an inertia feeding scramble. So we now have another field strength inertia, but not the same one and not in the same position. We still have one and another one and another one, but not the same one and not in the same position and not in the same sequence either. But they would be part of the nuclear feeding inertia. Because the periodic table of consistency of the Earth space details have different atoms, and they're all atomic, but they're all different in terms of mass. So atomically speaking, each element is one. But from a nuclear standpoint, they're not the same one. But if we bring a copper atom together with another copper atom, then those would be twins, right? Not exactly. Not exactly. Because each of these nuclear feeding inertia are just fragments of the complexity of the whole universe. So therefore, each atom is a combination of different elements. Each atom is a combination of different field strengths. Each atom is a combination of different PM ticks. And these PM ticks come together from different directions and from different places. And they come via a different path. So, many times I made reference to Herman Weyl, where he says a definite portion of matter occupies a definite part of space at a definite moment of time. But there's no such thing as one and the same energy, which constitutes a charge at two adjacent increments of time. This embodies the principles of flow and connection. So if there's a flow, which means that each PM tick is unique, but there's a connection. And so the connection becomes the common denominator of the atomic bond. But they're not twins. Because they have a common bond, but they come from different parts of space at a different moment in time. And it doesn't have to be a vast difference. Adjoining parts of space and adjoining moments of time are still different. So there's no such thing as one and the same energy, although all of them originate as energy packs. So what that means is that there's an interdependence between the magnetical and gravitational field strength. And if it was just on the physical side, then the left side balances the right side. But if we were just to look at the difference between the physical state and the plasma state, then the lowest energy state, the physical, would be on one side, and the higher plasma state would be on the other side. And so if those two things are true, then on the plasma state, one side would balance off the other side. So there's always this interdependency. And so we can work left to right or top to bottom. Let's remember what we talked about ATP, which is adenosine triphosphate. This becomes a currency of life. We think that money is the currency of life. That's the currency of our society. But in biology, ATP is the currency. And there are 36 ATP are produced for one glucose molecule. And one glucose molecule is what we are eating. But there are three dimensions. And if we can choose one, we have to understand it's a combination of three probabilities. And if we say that one is not the same one as the other one, and we know that it's not the same because each one has overlapping field strengths, but let's say that the matter state is 1 and the dark matter is 2 and the antimatter is 3, although they're all one matter state. But if we bring together 1 plus 1 plus 1, so that would be one matter state plus one matter state plus another matter state. But since they all come and they're all unique, they're coming at a different point in space at a different time, they're still one. And so they all come together as one combination of three. But it is possible, as we've said, to cross over, not only from the left side to the right side, but from the lower energy state to the higher energy state. So we could have a 1 plus 1 plus 2, or a 1 + 1 + 3. And if you follow the patterns, we see that in order to choose 3, we have 9 possibilities where we have 1 in the first choice. If we introduce 2 in the first choice, we have another 9 possibilities. It's still the same numbers, but now they're in a different position. So when we talk about phosphorylation, and 36 ATP are derived from 1 glucose, and the glucose is in a hexagonal cubic format, the terminal points, the edges, and the points are phosphorylated, and that glucose becomes fructose. That happens within the plasma state. And so how it happens is that the polarity of the endpoints are all flipped. And if we can flip all of them, then we can create the fructose. And so we have to understand that one of the problems in our health system is that we cannot gain this benefit by eating fructose. We have to produce the fructose. And that's a huge difference. And this fructose becomes very important because it is in the plasma state. So that plasma state is a manifestation of an inertia field. And so even when we look at the inertia of the mind, we see that the inertia of the mind is a product of the soul of the earth as an inertia field, and the soul of the man as an inertia field. And that coming together with the soul of the physicality, which is another inertia manifestation, it allows for the creation of the physicality of man. Except that the physicality of man is determined by the precursor, the physicality of the earth. So the energy state has to come from the top down and cross over to facilitate that action. So there's an initiation in terms of the inertia, and there's a completion of the inertia, and then there's a repeat cycle. But in order for that repeat cycle to be there, there has to be a communication. So let's remember that our physicality is the product of the inertia of the mind. So if we add a third combination, we now introduce another 9. So now we have 27 probabilities. And in order for this to work, there has to be an attraction. And so in the science of attraction, opposite poles attract. So if the one is negative and the other is positive, then the next one would be attracted, the negative to the positive, and then the next one would also be attracted to the negative to the positive. So now you have a link up. And these link ups can all have, in this case, about 27 possibilities, for instance. So we see that the amino acids are also a link up. And the thing about these amino acids is that the essential acids are slightly alkaline. But okay, so that's an anomaly. But anyway, the point of the matter is that we call it omega-3, 6, and 9. There's that 3, 6, 9 again. And these are the bend points. And if you look at this from a different perspective, it kind of looks like a fish hook, doesn't it? Well, that's today's subject. We're hooked on life. And in that process, we create oxygen because we have a bringing together, a compression of energy coming together from the hydrogen, which has been released from its position. But on the outside, we lose one hydrogen. On the inside, we lose two hydrogen. And so that two hydrogen will combine with the oxygen and produce water. But when we produce alpha-linolenic acid, we're producing 3 times as much, a higher strength combination. And so we see that when we produce the protein, we also produce the water. And protein and water do not mix. And if they did, well, we'd all be bags of mush, and we're not. But obviously, hydrogen is playing a huge game in this, and there's a hydrogen dependency. And so we see that the hydrogen molecule comes in pairs also. And so what we call the orthohydrogen is where the polarity is in the same direction. Well, wait a second. Then we just say that the opposite poles repel. Well, yeah, so at the top, the North Pole, they repel because they're both negative. But at the South Pole, they're both positive. So they still repel. Same rules apply, whether it's positive or negative. But interestingly enough, with the parahydrogen, one of the hydrogen molecules kind of flips, reverses its polarity. And it can do this along the covalent bond. So that kind of becomes a swivel, if you will. So now we have a positive and negative on the North Pole, and of course they would attract. But wait a second, there's an opposite pressure where the South Pole is also opposite, and so it balances out. So all what you're doing is you're getting a flipping of the essential fatty acid, and you're linking up all of this hydrogen and increasing the density of it. And so we're creating matter. That's a plasmatic matter. And so from that plasmatic matter, we're bringing in not only hydrogen and oxygen, but in our environment, we have abundant nitrogen. And so there's a containment dependency on this, and the missing link is the carbon. And isn't it interesting that the hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen are gaseous, and the carbon, the way we understand it, is a solid. But we know that the carbon can be a gas as a carbon dioxide. And so we can understand that we need this as a containment dependency for our amino acid, and that there is a common denominator insofar as that they all can be gases, but in a different kind of containment, a different kind of interaction. And so when we talk about the arrival of the PM tick and it being unique, the reason the arrival is unique is because there's a lag time. since no two energy packs can occupy the same position at the same time, then they may be common. They may have the same field strength. They may have the same mass or the same energy, but they are coming from a different position. And that position matters. So when we're looking at the hydrogen and how it operates as a covalent bond, we see there's a flipping of poles. When we're looking at the combination of three, and they are attracted to each other, that is positive to negative, positive to negative, positive to negative. If they suddenly flipped their poles and became repelling each other, like poles. So in this picture, we only have to flip one, the middle one, because between 2 and 3, it would be positive to positive, opposite, like poles repel. Between 1 and 2, negative to negative, like poles repel. And so this becomes an interesting point because it affects the sequencing in the Krebs cycle. So we say that there are 3 levels of energy, the cytochrome A, B, and C. And on each of those energy levels, we're producing 12 ATP. So it's the amalgamation of all 3 energy levels that create 36 ATP, which is part of the healthy cell conditioning. And we get 36 ATP from one glucose molecule. And then each cell in the body has calcium. And I just want to point out that the atomic number of calcium is 20, but the mass is 40. So in other words, we would have 20 protons and 20 neutrons. So the creation of 36 ATP is pretty important in terms of a common denominator having the nearness and proximity to calcium somehow, but not exclusively to calcium because we have all the other products as well, because there's a cellular consistency where the cells regenerate consistently and the organelles inside the cells regenerate consistently. And the amalgamation of cells creating organs, they regenerate consistently. So the regeneration is targeted consistently. And the nose knows this. So there's a plasma chain. But that plasma chain is creating a magnetical and a gravitational field force where the external forces have a lower tensity and the internal field forces have a higher tensity. So there where we have a higher tensity, we have an internal pressure. And then that becomes gravitational. And so we know that the neutron is part of the gravitational process. But there's an interaction with the out tensity. And so the higher strength feeds the lower strength. So the gravitational neutron does the feeding. Then the question becomes, how do the cells get fed? So we see that there's a two-way street. The only way we can do that two-way street is by doing the polar flipping. So we find that there's a consistency. And so when we look at the physical state, and when we look at a polymer, they consistently reproduce and they create a long chain. But there's a chain replication in the plasma state. But the chains, when they become short and to form a protein, they have to fold over. And so that's the difference between a protein and a polymer. The proteins consistently reproduce. We know that because that's part of the cellular repair. So there are fields inside and there are fields outside. There's an interaction of those fields, and the results vary, although the rules are the same. So this is the roadmap to the plasma highway. What we have to understand is that the higher strength feeds the lower strength. So our connection to the universe through the carbon-14 is connected to our soul of physicality and gives us 80% of our strength. But it's also connected to our physicality in the carbon-12. And there's a feedback from the carbon-12 back to the soul of physicality. And we can supplement the remaining 20% of what we need. And hopefully, when we go to sleep at night, we reconnect with our soul to begin the process for the next day. But this doesn't just happen once a day. This is happening 250,000 times per second, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we're busy, very, very busy. We need a lot of energy, and that's the roadmap. But there's a problem. When we alter the Krebs cycle and we find that in the cytochrome B, we're only producing 2 ATP because it's in an anaerobic state. All the other healthy cells are operating in an aerobic state, which is loaded with oxygen. But in an unhealthy cell, we're producing ATP in an anaerobic state. So A and C are producing it aerobically, but B is anaerobic and it needs to supplement. And so this is the fundamental problem why our plasma highway is unhooked, because we are disconnected on that final feedback. The only time that we seem to connect is when we go to sleep. But we ignore that fact. It's just a dream. So we literally get hooked up in our own entanglement because we get 80% from the universe, and thank God for that, because in our own ignorance, we would really go hungry. But we feed back 20% through our feeding habits. And unfortunately, the chickens, the cows, and the fish, and even the vertical people are doing the same thing. So in order for us to do that supplementation, we have to steal from them. So what happens to them? You know, they are shortchanged, aren't they? And in turn, they sacrifice their life for our well-being. But since there's a connection that way, we cannot extricate ourselves from that particular process. And so that really, really hooks us into that entanglement. And we become like a dog chasing its tail. And every cycle reduces the energy. And every cycle reduces the energy because, as we know with the orbiting satellites, every time they go around the planet, they get a little bit closer. And we know that that is the same thing that happens with light. So when we look at the color spectrum, we see that the light changes color, and it changes color by frequency. And yet, every color is traveling at the speed of sound, or the speed of light, the consistent speed. And so, well, that's interesting too. I made a faux pas. The speed of sound, it also travels at the speed of sound. But it seems to travel differently through different densities. Also, that's the same characteristic of light. But the color is affected by the density. And the density is affected by the nearness to the gravitational field. So we seem to think that based on the maggrav size, that the field strength of the red would be bigger. So therefore, it would be positive. It would be gravitational. And based on surface to volume ratio, the ultraviolet would be highest surface to volume ratio and therefore negative and therefore magnetic. But of course, if we're looking at density, then it's opposite. Then the red becomes part of the magnetical outintensity and the ultraviolet becomes part of the gravitational intensity. So it really depends on our point of view, doesn't it? And then if we elevate to a next level and we see that the plasma density operates the same way, it's the same rules. And so is the outer space density. So the thing is that even though we can't measure it and we can't put our finger on it, we have to understand that it's also following the same rules. And all we have to do is look around us to see the various examples and understand that, you know, whatever we're doing as pioneers in America here, depending on your point of view, could be a reflection of what we're doing or is just an illusion. So we need to have an understanding of how do we achieve this magnetical consistency. So we find in the neutron, we have overlapping fields, but in the electron, we have electrons on the same path. So looking at matter state, we see that it's an inertia field. That is a coming together where 1 + 1 + 1 is more than 3. And if we understand the inertia fields at this point in time, then we understand that they are coming together from various field strengths. And we know that because they have different densities, and we know that because we see different colors. But since they're coming, as we said in book number 2, they're coming from one maggrav condition to another maggrav condition. And so therefore, there are 2 matter inertia states. In other words, one matter state has a twin matter state, and the other matter state has a twin, and the other one has a twin. So the coming together of these matter states is an inertia field of the universal creation of matter, and the source of coming together are the common denominator that bring it all together. So to redraw the other diagram, the inertia field of the soul not only feeds the soul of physicality, but feeds the physicality. And then the physicality feeds back to the soul of physicality. But in our disconnected state, our feedback bypasses the soul. because you know what? We know better, don't we? And so that becomes a disconnect, a short circuit. That becomes a feedback short circuit. And it is that feedback that becomes the matter state hook. So fortunately for us, the soul is always feeding. It doesn't matter what we're doing, except we become the benefactors of if we're doing it well or poorly. So since we are in the matter state inertia field, we always want to be fed with the cups of life. And we always say, well, feed me, feed me, feed me, and feed me. So here we are, hooked on life, aren't we? Are we satisfied or are we hungry? So is that what the universe intended for us to do, is to be hungry? Look at the Earth space. What's feeding the Earth space? It has a matter state inertia as well. And so it's getting fed. But it's getting fed by the same rules that we are. In other words, the creation of the universe exists from energy, and energy is a charge in motion. So the motion direction is the charge. And if there's a direction, then it has to come from somewhere or go somewhere. And if that is the case, then all things are working in combination. And now we understand the universal order of creation, where the matter state, the dark matter, and the antimatter are coming together to create the matter. But we didn't say which energy state this matter is, and we didn't say which energy state is the combination state. We just said that the Earth space matter state is all part of the fragments of the complexity of the universe. We're just in our little tiny perfect world, and we're just a fragment of the whole. Well, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that, because the Earth is our little heaven. And that's why we all came here. This is the humanity matter state inertia. We came here because of the same rules. But we had to come here after the Earth came here. The Earth had to be here before we could come here. So it's all following the same surface to volume ratio rules, which indicate the charge. And so it also is an inertia to field strength ratio. There are different field strengths in different positions. And these positions affect the inertia. And in order to balance out this equation, which seems to be kind of nebulous, because 1 plus 1 plus another 1 isn't equal to 3, but it's more than 3, because you still have the 1 and you have the 3 and you're the observer observing everything together. And it's variable. So we can't be very specific in that regard. And that's why there are 8 billion unique people on this planet, along with countless millions of horizontal people and vertical people known as plants and animals. So the observer to field strength ratios are actually 1 plus 1 plus 1 is actually more than even 4. So now we put in a multiplier, and we don't know how much more, because the matter state plasma is a matter state inertia. So when we look at the inertia fields of the periodic table of elements, we find that the mass increases and the density increases. So the matter state physicality is changeable, and the matter state gravitational physicality is stable in the solid state or in the atomic state. But the atomic state is part of the matter state physicality, but only one aspect of it. We have other ones. So what we're looking at, the observer to field strength ratio, is part of the gravitational neutron, the observer inertia. We are the observers. And so we see what we see based on our capability. But if we could enhance our capability, then we could see more. So our observer field strength is susceptible because we have belief feeding dimensions complete with our experience feedback dimensions. So each of us has different experience. Each of us has come through life through a different path, through a different part on this planet, through a different family. We come through different societies. And yet we're all part of this Earth space. So we're all gravitational neutrons. And so how we view life is based on the balance between our belief and our experience. So do we believe our experience or do we experience our belief? Well, that all depends on if you're believing in the feeding or you're dependent on the feedback. And as we said, that's one of the limitations of humanity. We are feedback dominant, matter state dominant. And so this is why we have a problem to determine how big is large. Oh, it's really big. So we have weak nuclear forces that are far away. But they have to be strong because they're holding the planets together, so they must be really big. But the strong nuclear forces are near. And they must be near because they're nuclear. So because they're small, they're actually quite weak. So we're kind of confused, and it's affecting our core consistency because we're only taking the matter state into account. And now we find out that there's other things that we have to take into account. So the inertia fields become a combination of feeding fields. And those feeding fields become individual inertia fields from other feeding fields. So we just need to adapt in our point of view to understand that what we have in terms of our creation is a result. And so when we say that we're going to do something, there's a lot of responsibility that is attached to that. Because one is a response to our soul, and two, it's a response to our interaction to another soul. And if we understand that each of those is an inertia field coming together, then we understand that there are variables and can we accommodate that? And if we can work towards with that, then we can have peace and prosperity. And if we don't, then we have conflict. And what is the result? The result is that we have a gravitational confirmation that we all wanted to be here. And yet we have conflict. Well, if we all wanted to be here and we were all here, then why is there conflict? So it kind of boils down to energy, doesn't it? And so what we've seen is that there's an energy sequencing because there's a gradient charge from the magnetical to the gravitational. And so in our understanding, the lowest energy being the magnetic energy, then the progressively higher through the electric, electromagnetic, then the nuclear, coming from the atomic. But beyond the nuclear is the plasma science. And now we're discussing the soul of the body and the soul of the man. And each of these is at a higher energy state. And it's a logarithmic state. In other words, by orders of magnitude, at least 10 times more. And it's a two-way street. So when we look at the natural creation, it's a mag-grav condition plus a magnetical. And that is limited by the out tensity. And we look at the decay, it's a mag-grav condition plus the gravitational. And so that's part of the intensity. So our emission spectrum is the out tensity. Our absorption spectrum is the intensity being gravitational, the out tensity being magnetical. So our Earth-space creation is a transmutation state of the coming together of these three dimensions, and each of these three dimensions is an inertia state. So it's a combination of two coming together. So the Earth space is from the point of view of the Earth in relationship to everything else, including the neighbors. And then the outer space transmutation state is also a product of the same things, the three dimensions. And then they come together. And then they need to be at a specific location. One moment, please. Excuse me. So when we look at the amino acid, we see that it's a product of the feeding coming together from the soul. And that's why we say we have to tune into that. Turn on to the power and drop out of our resistance. The combination of that is to provide the pattern so that you can get the energy. So therefore, every inertia field becomes a substitution. In other words, a transference of the gravitational dominance at the point of substitution, where the intensity equals zero and the out tensity equals zero. And then you're looking at the gravitational conformation. Which conformation? Is it the conformation that remains, or is it the conformation that dissolves? And so this substitution point is within the black hole field, because that becomes a transition point where you can go from the lowest energy state, the atomic, to the monatomic, to the polyatomic, to the plasma field state, or even one step beyond. But it's not just one step beyond. There could be many steps. But what about the other direction where we have the Coulomb barrier on this planet? Well, we can go beyond that as well, because it's a two-way street. And so here we are, 1 year after the conference in Sanya, and we see the ramifications of the new Earth space consistency. The Earth space has been able to produce all the elements on the periodic table of elements, and so can the plasma science. We've been able to replicate the Earth space consistency. So it's a problem that we're hooked on matter state. But what we know is that there's an Earth space consistency, and there's the feeding. And there's an outer space consistency because we see the result. But as we see from this graph, which is representative of the energy from the group, why are we hooked? Are we hooked to the burrs, or are we hooked to the baggage? And so what this graph is showing is that basically our society has trained us to look at from the physicality up. And so our soul is down. We need to flip the poles. And one of the ways to do that is through awareness. The other way to do that is to feed the transmutation transition. The earth is already doing that. And it's trying to balance the intensity and the outensity. Whether it's on the micro or the atomic or the macro, which is the planetary, and the connection to the other planets and everything else. And then our point is that there are many points on the field strength of the dove. How do we determine which field strength is there? It all depends on susceptibility, and if we're open to that susceptibility where we can make that determination, then we all become part of the pH of peace. And this is why the Keshe Foundation has called out the research teams to advance the plasma science, because peace and prosperity cannot happen or cannot continue without the humanity. So we're all learning about the transmutation in our flight testing. And so here we are in March, the second of 3 months of these sessions. And you're welcome to participate. We still have one more session in March and then another one in April. And it's all part of the training of the transmutation flight system, where we have to understand that we cannot be matter state dominant. We have to be soul dominant. That's how we do the transmutation. So this range transition transcends the inertia field of the various transmutation dimensions. And the laws of conservation govern, sure, the covalent, trivalent, tetravalent bonding attributes. But this containment of inertia is manifest through the containment and contention of equality through all the energy states. So the soul of the man is also part of that and cannot be abandoned nor can be compromised. That is the uniqueness of the soul. And so the color of man is based on the integration with the soul of the man. It's the soul of the man that is reflecting the integrity of the man. So here we are hooked on the inertia unity, determined by pathing and susceptibility. So the emission of intention is offset by the emission of retention, and there's an interaction, and it manifests to create the emission of intention. What is your intention? Because this creates a balance of the contention, and that contention is of equality. And how can you be equal when some are more equal? So we have to set up our antennas to have a balance between the message feeding and the feedback. This affects the manifestation. So we have to tune our transmission to the various transition points where we can select one force, which is magnetical, and balanced by the force selection of another, which is a gravitational force. So these resulting selections feed the maggrav manifestations. We're operating on 80% power. And this selection manifestation is predetermined. Who is doing the choosing? So it's your emission of intention consistently affects the standard folding deviation, leaves no room for war by choosing the peace dome of attention. So that transmutation manifests in balance with the peace dome. So what we're wanting to achieve is an augmented reality. We need to take into account that there is a flux, there is a flow towards, to, into, within, through, out of, and from every energy charge, every form, all mass, matter, or substance. So the intensity and extensity is of what we are. We are, and we need to be connected. That connection supports the flux of continuous change, and that connection is hooked on life. That's the greater oneness that we've been trying for 581 weeks in a row through the Knowledge Seekers workshops to bring together and transcend, to bring together the knowledge to transcend the limitations of nuclear science. And in comparison to our history, our transgenerational progress, it appears to be very sudden. And yes, that transcending will be very sudden. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute of Teachings on Plasma Science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. So there's a World Peace Treaty. We need to choose it, sign it, and sign it with our true intention. As four-wheelers in a three-dimensional feeding inertia, we see that there are no straight lines to connect the dots of the fields of inertia. So can we go into outer space without a peace dome? Not really. The inertia of the present is governed by the dimensions of history. And so how do we impart the transition of energy states of these inertias? So we have to be hooked on the consistent inertia of life, of the physical transmission dimensions. This plasma science is being delivered daily via the Peace Dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And this is the end of the lesson, and it is also the end of the intermediate inertia series. I hope you all enjoyed this trip. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Alex. You've certainly put out a full buffet, I guess, of knowledge here today. I don't know if any of the participants would like to raise a point or ask a question. Let's go to them if we can, but thank you for trying to transfer your understanding to us, that we can add it to ours and become more successful at this whole process. I'm on board for the plasmatic feeding, without a doubt, especially if you can do it without any pain and suffering. And I haven't experienced much of that in this process of trying to feed more through the fields than the physicality. But let's see if anyone has a question or a point they'd like you to review. I know, Gail, you said you had a question, and I can't remember what it was, earlier this week about the background that Alex shared with the different size balls in it, going from the large to the smaller one, and I'm not sure what the question was. I don't know if you can remember it, but if not, then we'll go to someone else. And I can't remember exactly how she had worded the question, otherwise I would repeat it myself. But there was a question she was asking me, and I wasn't quite sure, so I thought, since we have the creator of the presentation here, Alex may be able to explain more.
Well, just in case, every field is a combination of the existence of that field plus the absorption and emission of energy. So the amount of energy that comes in versus the amount of energy that goes out will affect the density. And so there has to be a structure to accommodate that. But if we're looking just to maintain a balance, like as a catalyst, where it's not going to increase or decrease, then the energy coming in and the energy going out has to be balanced. But there's different energies that are coming in. And so if we look at the light as one energy source, then we know that in order for it to come into the field, it has to be absorbed. So if that light is absorbed into more and more dense fields, then it has a longer path to go. And so when it gets emitted, it has gone the same speed, but a farther distance. So in order to have the same distance of travel, it has to rotate around the core on an orbiting field closer to the core to account for the difference. So when we look at the wavelength to frequency ratio, the frequency is the number of cycles. So if it's a smaller diameter of orbit and the speed is the same, then you have a higher frequency. And if the diameter is greater and the speed is the same, then you have a lower frequency. And so we see the manifestation of this in light as the difference between being all the colors. Because all the colors are light and all the light travels at the same speed. That speed is the same within the field. Change the field, change the density, and you will change the light. Does that help, Mark?
Sounds simple enough, but we have to work with it, I suppose. I'm continuing to work with it.
Well, we
Anyone?
know for a fact
Yes.
that the light has a different frequency. So how can you be in the same field and have a different frequency?
I don't know. Are we talking space frequency or matter state? I know he talked about man has never understood how to create frequency the true way. And this, I guess, will be coming up in the future teachings. He talked about a space frequency, which has none of this up and down as the frequencies we understand in the matter state. It has its own sort of graph, I guess we could call it, but he didn't go into detail on that yet.
Well, I just have to draw your attention again to, the ice capades where one of the features is when you have all the skaters in a row and they go around in a circle, and the skater on the inside is having a big chuckle, whereas the skater on the outside is skating furiously to try and keep up because they have to go work hard to keep up with everybody else because they have a greater distance to go, but they are traveling a longer path. So it seems like they're going a lot faster, but all the skaters are dressed the same and they're all skaters. But when it comes to light, the light is a different color. So therefore, the light is going at the same speed and accommodating for the change in density, by changing color, whereas the skaters are going at different speeds and accommodating it by how much energy they put in. And that is the difference between the physical matter and the plasmatic matter. Okay, let me add one more thing then, please. The light coming in from the sun is a certain color. But that color that it comes in at is manifest in all the colors of the rainbow everywhere. Whether it's the vertical people, the horizontal people, the humanity, or the elements of the earth. It's all in different colors. So how can the same color come to earth and manifest in all of these different colors? So it changes by energy as it's manifest from the combination of frequency and wavelength. So the energy is constant, but the frequency and the wavelength are changeable. But they are a direct correlation to a consistent energy. So if we were to change the energy, we could change the color. Ooh. You mean if we weren't so much as warmongers, and if we were more peace lovers, and if we were genuine in our intention, that we could change the color of our aura? Ask a clairvoyant what they think. I think we know the answer is yes. Ask a chameleon. Well, they're not going to say anything. They just change color. They'll still give you an answer.
Well, as we understand, there's only a short gap to fill of 20%. So I think we can do it either on our own or with assistance from some of the offers within the Keshe Foundation store. At least it's partially working for me. And I don't know where I'm going to go with this. I think you can reverse it. If you start eating again, then that process reverses itself, I believe. So we're going to stay at the level we're at for now, and then see how we can add to it and sort of totally detach. I think MOSFEC has the right idea where you start to do it on the soul level. Even imagine that apple or something else, and you can create the inertia and the fields of it, and I think you can absorb energies from it without any physical apple even being there.
Oh my God, Mark, you're starting to sound like a scientist.
We're all scientists, Alex. We're all, and welcome to the University of the Universe, or the the University of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, I probably should say. But again, the universal knowledge is very beautiful. We've never considered it, thought about it, or even applied it. And maybe we have in certain instances, but not in the conscious realm so much. We've always attributed something else to it. But it's great that we can walk away from the killing in space and on this planet.
Well, I'm so glad that you qualified that, because we differentiate between the conscious and the unconscious, but both are part of our reality. Both operate the same way. So the energy comes in, the energy goes out. So how we intensify and how we extensify is determined by what we are. So some of us are more skillful, and some of us are more belligerent. And that affects everything. It affects our own existence. It affects our neighbor's existence. And it affects the humanity's existence. And therefore, that affects the Earth's existence. So that connection is what supports the flux of the continuous change. And that connection, as I say, is hooked on life, because the life is in the conscious and in the unconscious. The life is always on. You can't turn it on or turn it off.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Anyone else want to raise a point or a question? I think once we get this ingrained, we'll be able to do much more. Gail has opened her mic. Yes, go ahead, Gail.
It's for Alex. Going to the three-dimensional graph where you have all it looks like the spinning top with all the circles. And I think you said that the smallest is the most powerful. But that's too complicated. I want the simple first one that you made.
Not that one. The one you showed last week, I think, Alex, from the small up to the large. Was the large one red, I think, and the small one was a different color? This is the one I think she had a question on.
Yeah. So you when I looked at it, so this large red one is has a larger mass, I guess, and it's expansion, and then you come to the little guy at the X and Y axis, and it's supposed to be more powerful. Is that because it's compressed? Every one of them has the same material inside, but the little guy is more compressed and therefore he's stronger? Or not?
It is compressed. Of course, it has to be compressed because it's more dense.
Mm-hmm.
And so because it's more dense, it has more energy.
Yes.
Now, if you allow that density to expand, then it won't be as dense.
It'll be more matter state because isn't that thing about the atoms, space between the atoms? So
It's about everything. It's trying to determine the relationship between the negative and the positive. So it has to do with a gradient charge. Is looking at the different gradients. So which one is positive, which one is negative? So if you're looking at it from the size standpoint, where the bigger is stronger than the weaker, then that would be the gradient. But since the smaller is closer to the core
yes.
in the plasma state, that means it's more dense. So if it becomes more dense, that means it has more mass. If you look at the periodic table of elements, in the atomic structure, each element has more and more protons, and therefore more and more neutrons. And yet every one of them is an atom. So within the structure of the atom, there is more mass. So therefore it's more dense. if it's more dense, it has to have more energy. You know, think of a jack in the box. You keep squinching it down into the box until you get this big jack in the box into the box, and then you put a lid on it. Now you have all this potential energy, and you like to bring it to a party and say, hey, surprise, out it pops. And it's the same jack in the box, but now it's not in the box, it's out of the box. So that gravitational intensity has switched to magnetical outensity, and it bounced out of the box, but it's still a jack. It's just not a jack in the box. It's now a jack around the box or whatever.
Out of the box.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you said, well, I just realized I've been thinking about mass the wrong way then, because I thought mass was like the size.
No,
So
mass is the energy.
so mass is energy. Is that
So what has more weight? So the conversion of mass on this planet is described as weight. So what has more weight? 100 pounds of steel or 100 pounds of feathers?
Yeah, okay.
You know, it's funny. That's a question my dad asked because he was so smarty pants. And he tried to really fool me. And he says, oh, which is heavier? And, you know, we all think of feathers as being light and steel being as heavy. But, you know, if you have 100 pounds of feathers, it would still be 100 pounds. It just that maybe you wouldn't be able to carry it because it's so big. Whereas well, maybe you wouldn't carry 100 pounds. Let's just say 1 pound of steel and 1 pound of feathers. How about that? So you could lift up a pound, but you wouldn't be able to. Maybe the feathers would be a big bag and you wouldn't be able to carry it. But the weight is the same, but the mass, the density is not. The density of the feathers is much less.
So it's density then.
Yeah, so the amount of energy that's within that containment is the same because of the weight would be the same. But clearly the density of the steel is greater than the density of the feathers. So to have the same weight, there has to be something to offset it. So if you were to say the volume versus the weight, right? So now, which is more dense? Well, they're both the same density because they have the same weight. It's just that the feathers occupy more space than the steel. So there's a relationship, and that's the same that's true for the light. Light has the same energy, but some light travels at a higher frequency, and we've measured that frequency, and then we've been able to determine the spectrum of the particular element. And so each element has a color spectrum. And that is an indication not only of the light, but the light becomes representative of the mass.
I have to really learn about mass then, because I thought of mass as being bigger.
Well,
But I didn't.
how big?
No, don't. If we're supposed to have the same mass no matter where we are in the universe, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So if you look at the containment dependency here of the hydrogen, the carbon, the nitrogen, and the oxygen, they all have a different fingerprint. So this happens to be the absorption spectrum. But the absorption spectrum shows you all the light that used to be there, but it's been absorbed by the element. And so what you see is what is not being absorbed. What you're seeing is what's being reflected. Now, if you're looking at an emission spectrum, then the opposite is true. Where you have the dark spots, they would be light and they would be of the color that that black occupies in that spectrum. And all the other colors, well, they would be black. So the emission spectrum is only going to show you what is coming at you. And what is coming at you is what you see. And what you don't see is what is not coming at you. And that's the problem with our understanding of the universe. We only see what we see and acknowledge what we see. That what we don't see, well, we kind of slough it off and say, well, you know, nobody knows what is there, but obviously the soul doesn't know where it is. And so we need to engage our soul because the soul knows better than we do. So when we are matter state dominant, we're only looking at the emission spectrum.
Yes.
You're not seeing the absorption spectrum at all. And if you were to measure all the dark lines on each spectrum, it would represent a tiny, tiny fraction of that whole spectrum, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So we are really looking at a tiny picture, and it isn't 1/3. It isn't even 1/10. It's probably a smaller fraction than that. But you can see that the nitrogen absorbs more than the nitrogen absorbs more than the carbon, but less than the oxygen. And then you look at the hydrogen, it absorbs the least. So the hydrogen is the least dense. The oxygen is the most dense. And according to the periodic table of energy, the hydrogen is the atomic of 1, carbon is 6, nitrogen 7, oxygen 8. So it fits. So if you want to understand the basic science, you have to see here. So, and why is it red or why is it blue? Because that's the whole spectrum and how it goes. So we know based on frequency that the blue is of a higher density.
I mean, according to the Earth and its amino acids. And are created from those amino acids. So that's why we're so limited. So this means once we start to see with the soul, everything will be expanded into.
Oh my God, another plasma scientist. This is
I'm
wonderful.
how excited because Mr. Keshe is always saying that we would be so amazed or astounded at what we would see if we were in the universe. Well, thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's great, boy. That's now each of us is our goal is to be able to explain it to others in an easy to understand, concise way so that we don't get into a fight. No, seriously, you don't want people, verbally abusing you and, saying, "Oh, what do you know?" You're not a rocket scientist. Yeah, well, I'm not a window washer either, but I know when my window is dirty. Um, there's a cross-channeling of knowledge. And that's one of the things that is offending an awful lot of people is because the plasma science is cross-channeling all the knowledge. Why? Because all the knowledge comes from the same source. And all the knowledge is operating by the same rules. So whether it's chemistry or biology or metallurgy or archaeology, it's all following the same rules. Okay, so there's no reason to have a bone of contention. It's just, not all of us, if all of us did the same thing, imagine if we were all engineers.
Oh,
We'd all be, in a box. Oh, come to think of it, isn't that what condominiums are? They're caves, only they go up vertically. That was a bad example. How about if we were all if we were all musicians?
wow.
Some musicians make more money than other musicians, right? So some musicians have to beg for money on the street. And so I think most of us would be just sitting on the street begging for money because if we were all musicians, who'd be doing the work? If we were all musicians, then we'd all be on stage. There'd be nobody in the audience.
Imagine the creation that we would have.
Yeah, that would be called cacophony.
Yeah.
Just stepping away for a moment. Be right back.
I guess the thought made Mark leave the room. Well, let's see, had amazing way of explanation here. And I love the art that you produce here.
Yeah, you're having fun with it, are you?
Well, I think you are.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, it does. It makes it very enjoyable. Thank you.
Okay,
Well,
I'm back.
So, Gail, you are a teacher, you have skill. And if you combine that skill with added knowledge, then you are improving your skill.
Yeah.
So now you have to look for a practical application. So how do we take this knowledge and say compare it to grocery shopping or buying a car or a relationship, in a family or having a relationship with a business associate. And so that's called ecology. And so there's an ecology that we think of as the environmental impact on the planet, but there's an ecology of the mind as well. So that's the environmental impact on the mind of the humanity. So you cannot, as humanity, extricate yourself from the planet. We're all part of that humanity. So to be at war with each other is really, well, we know what it is. It's dumb, is what it is.
Doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah. So if the purpose of life is to be at war, then why don't we just solve the whole crisis and just all of us leave?
Except they won't want us.
But you don't think that they wouldn't allow migrants on other planets?
I don't think anybody would want us. We're a disaster. But we're working on it. That's the main thing.
Yeah, the feeding doesn't seem like it's too far-fetched if we're already doing 80%. We have a very short gap to fill, but again, it's up to you to experiment, play with it, and see how you can absorb more step by step. But no one, I don't think, can do it for you. And I think once it becomes ingrained, then we'll certainly have the ability to move in different places and have the confidence of feeding ourselves plasmatically.
Yeah,
Much
certainly.
cleaner.
Well,
Mhm.
and in order to be ingrained, it has to be repeated. So what is being repeated to us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week is, thou shalt not kill except when, you have a gun and you are fighting with somebody. Uh, you know, so murder is against the universal law unless man allows it. It's actually mind-boggling. So we are disconnected. That's the whole point, because the soul of the man will never kill another man. Will not happen. So the only way that we can do it is to be childish in our ways of saying, okay, well, now that we're born, we're going to do things better. Okay, and so we're going to do it our way. So that's where we come matter state dominant. So all we have to do is realize, and when I say all we have to do, it sounds so very simple, but it is. It's an attitude change, like Gail says. Okay, so we have to think in terms of what am I creating? Why am I creating it? And look at the result. And am I satisfied with that result? And if I'm not, what can I do to change it? So, if you're having an argument with somebody, there's two ways to change it. You either stop arguing or you get them to stop arguing. Well, if you are at a level and you want to engage someone who's argumentative, then you automatically recognize that they're at a lower level. So in order for you to argue with them, you have to come down to their level. So how about they come up to your level? If they come up to your level, they won't argue with you. They might have a difference of opinion, but that opinion will be handled differently. It won't be handled with war. It'll be held with diplomacy. It'll be held with discourse. Because every time there's a disagreement, literally, it's an absence of knowledge.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, well, that's my philosophical, scientific outlook for today.
When you understand the point of view, see where behavior is coming from, and you can handle it.
So Gail is going to be bringing next week's class then. She's graduated.
Thanks a lot. Are you need a break?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you everybody for allowing me to continue to present, and I can't believe it's the end of the intermediate series here. We're going to continue with the advanced series, and we'll try and do our homework so that we make it as palatable as possible and continue on our merry way. Thank you all.
Thank you, Alex. We continue to add to the knowledge. I'd like to play the offer from the Keshe Foundation of becoming a satellite soul. I don't know if that offer is still in the store, but you can write info@keshe.foundation if you're interested in becoming that satellite soul that he was talking about, where, again, you're giving permission for your soul to be used without you even being aware, perhaps like these satellites, as he said, exchanging information or knowledge, or perhaps even feeding someone. I'm not sure of all the ramifications. But let's listen to that, the final disclaimer. Thank you again, Alex, for continuing to support us and enlighten us, as we all try and do. As you said, we're all students and we're all teachers. And this will be manifest more and more in the coming time. Even though we haven't thought, or I haven't thought I've gone very far in this knowledge, it's very far above the others who've never heard of this sort of plasma technology and what's being taught here. It's very deep. So thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day. I'm going to play the privilege of becoming a satellite soul, the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Any other thoughts or questions or comments? If not, I'll take the screen. And we'll continue on. Thank you all again.
There is a huge burden on you who became satellites. Try to understand that with what happened in Linz this week and with the first test, we have set a precedence for the whole change of the structure. Your child cries, he doesn't talk, he reaches soul, he understands where the pain is. You have a mentally handicapped child. You want to know how you can bring the change. You reach the soul. Does the physicality matter? Those of you who are beautiful people will come to understand, to see all the members of the family within the one physical structure. We shall see from what we saw this week, end of what I call, or the beginning to an end of the knowledge of what we build and nourished as prisons. We see an end to addiction. We see an end to criminality, and we see an end to kingship. We see the beginning of how we transmute people's soul, elevate them, nourish them, and like a dream you had, return back to them. What we saw this week in this, without a doubt, will bring massive changes to many of us. And as a head of the Keshe Foundation and responsible for setting up the one race planet, as I agreed before I arrived here, will endeavor to bring that as fast as possible to be applicable, that it brings a positive change. The world is going through a position of mayhem, not knowing uncertainty, and this uncertainty is creating more problems in the coming months and years, and we are here to use it to change the course for peace. We are not standing for elections, we are not standing to interfere with powers. We elevate the soul of the man in a very massive way. Now there are physical systems, and it can be shown, and it will be developed for all levels of understanding. This process of transmutation of the soul and transmutation of soul of physicality, which is confirmed this week, will bring us many, many changes. Will bring us amazing amount of changes. I hope, as human race, as knowledge seekers, you understand what you have entered into and what you have brought to be, and what is about to come and how much change it will become and bring for all of us.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.